Well, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the most wonderful thing that you can imagine doing on a Wednesday, which is this March 25th, 2026 regular session of the Bloomington Common Council. Will our honorable clerk please read the roll, or call the roll rather than read it?
I can do both if you prefer. Councilmember Flaherty?
Here.
Strasburg?
Here.
Piedmont Smith?
Here.
Zulik?
Present.
Asari?
Here.
Daly?
I'm here.
Rallo?
Here.
Ruff?
Here.
And Rosenbarger?
Here.
Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. The agendas are posted on the wall, and there's also a handful of copies there if you'd like one in your hand, but tonight's agenda includes approval of minutes from the September 24 and 24 Committee of the Whole meeting, reports from council members, city offices, boards and commissions, and council committees. We have an appointment recommendation and second reading on Ordinance 2026-06, and then 2 resolutions. There are no items for first reading this evening. Let us move on then to the minutes for approval. Is there a motion?
Yes. I move to approve the minutes for September 24th, 2025 Committee of the Whole. Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any amendments to those minutes? You disappeared. Oh, they're back. Okay. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
We've lost visual. Oh, now they're there. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Those minutes have been approved. Okay, we'll now move on to a time of reports, and we will start with reports from council members. Does anyone have a report? Councilmember Strasburg.
I think that this is now the right time to call attention to my draft priorities memo that was in the packet addendum that got sent out today. If you recall, a couple weeks ago in the deliberation session, I said that I would use our conversation from that night and the follow-up survey results in terms of everybody getting assigned those 100 points to allocate between those outcomes. And then I drafted a memo. And I will say that I definitely feel like this is quite a draft, and there were a few things after I sent it in to be included in the packet that I went, I think that there's a few things that I wanted to amend, so I want to kind of bring us through that first. I hope everybody's kind of looking at it. In the second paragraph, I guess it's just the second full sentence, specific interest. So you guys wanted me to specifically call out existing plans and how important it was to all of us that we follow through on our existing plans. And so that is the paragraph about that. And I wasn't sure if there needed to be some expansion in the final draft around the interest in Safe Streets for All plan, climate action plan, transportation plan. Wasn't sure if the comprehensive plan should go in there because the comprehensive plan is kind of a different type of plan. But I wanted to make sure to bring that up to make sure that nobody had comment on that. And similarly, when I then put the list of things, I wasn't sure if anybody wanted any specific expansion underneath those categories, highlighting kind of the different specific things that might have gotten mentioned during that conversation. So if there's anything that anybody wants in there, please let me know. And then I specifically wanted to call out under number 1, so it did raise the maintenance of city assets was the highest ranking thing in the consolidated ranking. But I changed that to maintenance and enhancement of city assets because we did have that conversation that we don't just want to maintain, but we actually want to make some things better. And so I wanted to make sure that that reframing was acceptable to the group. I also wanted to make sure that down on number 6, that was, I can't remember what it was. It was the economy one. It was the vibrant economy one. And thank you to those of you who had suggestions. There were maybe 3 folks that had different suggestions, and I tried to kind of combine those to categorize number 6 as inclusive and strong local economy, able to stay resilient and adaptable. So wanted to make sure that that worked out. And then I had also gotten feedback from Councilmember Piedmont Smith, who was unable, because of illness, to make that meeting a couple weeks ago, about number 7, Bloomington residents have options other than uniformed officers for nonviolent issues, whether that wanted to be reframed. And then the last thing, actually 2 more things in terms of my own, like, wow, this was a drafty draft. I put a couple examples in the last paragraph that I have written about budget presentations, right? In terms of, I said the maintenance of city assets and intersection redesign as 2 examples of how things could fit into priority areas. I wanted to make sure that everybody was okay with the examples that I used, or if there are other examples that you would prefer. And then I realized that it really needs a closing paragraph, and I need to put a closer in, and I knew I at least wanted to close highlighting the dates of the meetings that we had these discussions, just so that if anybody wanted to go back to some of those source discussions, that was all here in the memo. And those are my comments about it. So that was kind of a lot of information. So feedback for me about how y'all want it to be changed, so that then next week we can have a final draft that we can vote on.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Strasburg, and thank you for the work, both in leading the committee and putting this together. At this moment, any comments from council members to Councilmember Strasburg? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I did, as Councilmember Strasburg mentioned, I did have a concern about item number 7, which says Bloomington residents have options other than uniformed officers for nonviolent issues. Under public safety. Since we already do have options other than uniformed officers for nonviolent issues, we have the police social workers, we have STRIDE. I'm wondering what the council's priority is here. Is it to continue the police social worker programs as they are, to increase financial support for STRIDE, to create city positions outside of the police department that can serve as community responders, some combination of the above? I'd just like to get more clarity. And I personally would like to see creation of city positions outside the police department that can serve as community responders, but I don't know if others agree with me.
Councilmember Zulik.
I would agree with that take, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Anyone else have comments at this point? Councilmember Rallo.
Just to say that I want to thank Councilmember Strasburg for her excellent work at the synthesis of our, what council desires in terms of budget and distilling things down. Regarding policing, I mean, I've always maintained, I think it's important to have non-uniformed police personnel, but also having the required number of sworn officers in order to interact with the public, be able to have the ability to be on neighborhood beats and be, accessible to people, I think was reflected in the consultant report some years ago, that was an important aspect in terms of integrating the police into in public safety into the community. And it's been proven to work. So I hope that is, that's my reflection on Councilmember Piedmont Smith's position on that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, Councilmember Strasburg.
I just want some clarity on what Councilmember Zulik and Piedmont Smith said in terms of clarity on this. So you would like this to be clarified to basically have community responders outside of the department? Councilmember Zulik, is that what you said as well?
Yes, and or just an expansion of the programs that are already available.
Programs already available. And to Councilmember Rallo's point, that the fully staffing the department was actually an outcome that got voted on early on in this process. And I can't remember how many points it got off the top of my head, but it didn't rise to the priority level, which is why it's not like reflected in here. But that's certainly one of those pieces of, like this closing paragraph that I need to write, like, here are all the things that we talked about. Here's the like full ranking of data where individuals might have had different priorities, but this is really supposed to be the thing where all of us are good with all these things. So I hope that that makes sense as to why that specific thing is not consolidated into the letter.
Absolutely, I understand fully, and there are a lot of, there's a diversity of opinion about, obviously the city has a lot of needs, and the administration has been very diligently committed to hiring new officers, and I'm satisfied that that is already a priority, and so we're well on our way, and so we can think outside the box in terms of other types of public safety and policing and so forth as well. So I have no quibbles with that, and I appreciate you asking. So thank you.
Let me throw out alternative wording here. What if we say, Bloomington residents have additional options other than uniformed police officers for nonviolent issues? So it's saying additional, so it doesn't say what form the additional options would take. That would be left open.
Okay, so just adding the word additional in there.
And I added the word police because uniformed officers, just to clarify what that means, but it's probably not necessary.
Any other comments? Folks online, any comments? Okay, thank you. I'll just add one, maybe two small things. I think, again, thank you so much for putting this together. I think really emphasizing the fact that this is a prioritized list. I think we say that at the beginning, but I just think making it a little bit very clear, because both we forget things, and the Office of the Mayor wasn't at every single one of these deliberation sessions. And then the second, I think, was the way that we framed it at the beginning, while we're talking about city plans. That's where we got all of these outcomes, and so our sort of guiding principle is let's do the plans that we already have, and where there are none, we're interested in helping to develop those. But each of these outcomes are things that actually come from city plans, and then that we've prioritized it. So I just think that being clear at the beginning about sort of the process that got us there it would be helpful. But
my only thing with that is I would have to go through. I'm not sure that all of these, the ones that rose to the top, did come from city plans, because the list we started with from Councilmember Piedmont Smith all came from city plans, but then we added them ourselves. And
we made some suggestions for wording, but
no,
the
we added
gist
a
of all
whole
of
bunch.
these. Did we really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay,
both in December and then through the surveys.
Interesting.
In February, and I'm not sure off the top of my head which ones rose to the top. I mean, I could look.
Yeah.
And maybe they did. I don't think so, though. For example, making homelessness brief, rare, and non-repeating is not something that's in one of those official city plans, though it is. I mean, it's the Heading Home Plan, essentially, which we've supported. But it's not quite the same thing. Yeah. But excellent. I can certainly expand that idea that this is a ranked list, and draw that out to make sure that there's extra clarity there.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Councilmember Strasburg. And everybody else, please send emails to Councilmember Strasburg between now and next week. Moving on, any other council member reports? Councilmember Piedmont Smith. Just note we have 5 more minutes.
Yes, I wanted to highlight that the Waste Reduction District of Monroe County is accepting grant applications for projects that have innovative ways to reduce waste, either through reduction of materials, reuse, or recycling programs, especially those that can serve as models for other communities and institutions in Monroe County. Proposals may include, but are not limited to, projects related to new or expanded recycling programs, food waste diversion initiatives, environmental education programs, waste-related public outreach initiatives, and recycled content purchasing initiatives. So those grants are available for nonprofits, for civic organizations and businesses throughout Monroe County. And that deadline is May 17th. And you can find more information at wastereductiondistrict.com. A second thing I just wanted to mention in the context of our budget priorities, it was noted that we don't have a public safety plan as a community. And I've been working on scheduling a deliberation session that would bring the public in to, first of all, define public safety, and then move on to a second session where we would talk about how the city can, what our goals are for public safety and how the city can work towards those goals. And I know we've had some scheduling problems. I think that those should be subsequent sessions, one after another. So I just wanted to throw out there that if we're not able to schedule those subsequent sessions this spring, we could possibly do so in September and October. So stay tuned for more information about a way to help us in our quest to have a public safety plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we now move to reports from city offices and boards and commissions. And today we have 3 presentations. We will start with a presentation from our Parks and Rec Director, Tim Street. Sir, take it away.
Sure. Good evening, Council. Tim Street, Director of Bloomington Parks and Recreation. Thanks for taking some time to hear from me this evening. I infrequently get to be in front of you, so it is nice to be here and just give a general update on our master plan efforts. I know last time I was in front of you, I believe, was budget hearings, and I referenced a lot about our master plan work that was underway. Since then, we've done a lot more work on our master plan, and just wanted to share some results as we near completion of our master plan this evening. So this is an outline of what we have been doing with our master plan. So starting really late last spring and into the summer, we worked a lot on community input through focus groups. We had some really wonderful engagement across the community in our various focus groups. A community questionnaire that got more than, I think, 1,200 responses when we put it out at places like the farmers market and different community events. And then just various other one-on-one engagement through events, things like that, driving people to the master plan website to get engagement and good community feedback. In the fall, actually late in the fall, in November, December, we conducted our statistically valid community survey through Acuity. We were able to get to the sample size that we needed, thankfully. It took a little bit of extra incentives and efforts to get things out through the U.S. mail, which is proven to be unreliably slow, but we navigated that. And we had a full financial analysis done through the consultant as well for our 2024 finances to look at things like pricing and cost recovery goals and things like that, and just to give us another outside perspective of how we're doing. In the winter, what we've been working on right now is data and engagement review, reviewing all of this information that's come in. We received our community survey results about a month ago. We've been looking at those. Part of why I'm here tonight is I just wanted to share a little snapshot of what we heard. And we've been working to draft our goals and actions. And as we move into spring right now, it is the first week of spring officially, we are working on finalizing our goals, actions, and adoption of a plan. So that plan will go to the Board of Park Commissioners at their April 16th meeting. We plan to present the plan and our strategic actions to them then. Not adopt it in the same meeting, that would be a lot to take in, but we hope by the May meeting, we're ready to answer any questions, deal with any feedback, and adopt our master plan for the next 5 years. And just as a general reminder, having a master plan is really an absolute must for a Parks and Rec department. It makes you, one, for accreditation, for our ongoing accreditation efforts, it's required, and it is a required part of getting any kind of grant through the state as well. So we really have invested a lot in this process to hear from the community, and it means a lot for us in terms of planning our efforts moving forward. This entire survey results are like 80 pages of graphs and things like that. I'm not going to go through all of that tonight. I know you have other things to get to. So I'm going to give you just a high-level overview of some of the key points and takeaways we're looking at. We had 405 residents respond, completed in November and December. The sample was then weighted by Acuity with their expertise in being statisticians, I suppose, to match U.S. Census targets for Bloomington and key demographics. And overall, the margin of error was less than 5%. So we're really happy that this is a representative sample of Bloomington, and we can draw conclusions from it to pair with our other qualitative community feedback that we've been working on. A few key findings, just want to hit a few high-level things. We're very gratified that our overall esteem ratings in the community are very favorable. Over 90% of people are very supportive of what Parks and Rec is doing and what we offer for quality of life in Bloomington. We want to keep it that way. That is part of why we master plan. 78% found positive value in tax support of parks, programs, and facilities. The most used self-reported facilities that we see are the Beeline, Switchyard, Bryan Park, Griffey Lake Nature Preserve, and the rail trail. Not really any big surprises in what we see as most used. We also have access to Placer AI data to sort of look at cell phone usage and draw conclusions about where people are going and honestly where they're not going to and where some areas might be underutilized and have opportunity. As general demand and interest that we see from our residents, number one, this is consistent. We see this a lot, trails. 75% weighted said trails were a priority for them. Open space and natural areas was next at 61%. Park and trail amenities was next at 60%. Coming in as the next highest rated two items were swimming pool and pickleball at 38% and 28%. The pickleball demand is real. It is here to stay. Flipping over to more of the event programmatic side of things, we see that the farmers market is the most in-demand program that we offer, followed by outdoor concerts and natural resources education. What's interesting about these top demanded areas is if you take a look at the full survey results, we're putting out a press release sometime in the next week or two that's going to have a link to a lot more data if you want to dive into it. All of those high demand things, the top three in both programs, facilities, trails, and in, parks, facilities, and trails, and in programs, all have high demand, but they all rate as having quality supply as well. So residents really want those things, and they feel like they are being provided those things. So then we're able to look at those next level things like swimming pool and pickleball to evaluate those for future investment. 47% of our residents, half of our residents, used a park event or program throughout the year. When we asked folks what they would rate as their top facility for investment to be improved, Bryan Park Pool was the number one rated of the options, but of course, none was also coming in at 24%. So we're sensitive to the fact that it's an expensive time to be living anywhere in the United States, and we want to make really good, judicious decisions with our investments to serve the greatest good for the community. Interestingly, key facilities rated between 68% support despite that, which was Mills Pool to 78% at Bryan Pool favorably for investment. But of course, we recognize there's no dollar amount tied to that in a survey, and it's sort of just a do you feel like you would like to support this with an investment? So we know there's more work to be done there, but this gives us really key insights into comparatively, especially how our facilities and programs rank with the community. I'm totally happy to share these are the 4 draft goals that we are taking forward to the park board. We've been pretty deliberative about these and have talked about these a lot. So the 4 areas we are going to be focusing on for the next 5 years. Number 1, of course, making meaningful community impact. Parks and Rec is here to provide opportunities for health, connection, and resilience in the community. Those will continue to be our priorities. How we have to do that right now is we have to do that by critically investing in what we have. We've enjoyed a great period of new things and new growth. And our focus, as I've discussed with the council before and at budget hearings, is very much on how do we take care of what we have, how do we keep our old pools, our old facilities in good shape for future generations of people who live in Bloomington. That ties right into number 3. We have to be financially sustainable. That includes a long look at our cost recovery goals, our cost recovery strategy, where and how are we subsidizing programs? Are we making sure we're subsidizing the things that do the greatest general good for the public? And lastly, what was critical to doing all of those 3 things is we have to have a strong and connected staff. So that is our 4th goal. So just wanted to give that brief update and happy to answer any questions if you'd like. Otherwise, as I mentioned, the full survey results, there's a 20-page version, which I recommend looking at unless you really want to get into it and look at the 80-page version, which I'm happy to supply, but we'll be releasing that with a press release sometime here in the next week or 2.
Thank you so very much, Director Street, both for everything that you do and for the presentation. Are there questions or comments? Please, Councilman Barolo.
Thank you, Director Street. Director Renaison about 15 years ago said that pickleball was the future, and it's proven to be the case. But besides pickleball and that kind of recreation, which is important, I'm concerned about Griffey. The ecological integrity of Griffey. First of all, we continue doing yearly hunts. Is that correct? And do we continue doing plant census? In other words, do we deploy? I can't remember, Ecologic or some firm to do
Ecologic.
Plant census and density and plant stature and things like that to make sure that the understory is responding to the relieving of herbivory. Is that happening?
It is.
Okay, terrific. I'd like to see, hopeful, I know that there's a legacy effect of high deer density, but I'm hoping that, the understory is rebounding, which is important. And I wondered about something else. Regarding the ecological integrity of Griffey, there's a controlled burn that's happening. It's a concern of some people, and I'm favorable to these because, of course, they happen in nature, and it's important. Could you describe the purpose and the prospects for these things and
Sure,
the burns that are happening?
So briefly, what we saw in the community survey was the number 2 thing that people ranked as being in demand, being supported, is protection of existing natural resources. So clearly, it continues to be a priority for our residents that we invest in and we take care of our existing natural resources, be that the 1,300 acres of Griffey or the small nature preserves that we have in other places, the small stands, the habitat, the connectivity of habitat, the native plants, all of the work that we do with that. In terms of Griffey specifically, yes, we continue to do the deer hunt. I believe we're in year 9 of the deer hunt. We have made a very intentional decision to continue the research that we've been doing there because we feel like this is important and ongoing to see what the effects are year over year and rule out any variations of weather and drought that we have year over year to really get a good trend line to see how effective the Griffey deer hunt is going. I think it's important work that we're doing. I think we're leading the way on it, honestly, with some different parks and rec departments, particularly in the state. So it's important that we continue to do the research to back up why we're doing it. Similarly, the controlled burn, the prescribed fire, I should say, rather, is a similar effort to combat mesification in the forest and targets beech maple forest stands, which are overgrowing and overtaking our oak hickory forest, which is more climate resilience, which is also under threat from the deer overbrowse. So it's all interrelated. The controlled burn actually happened yesterday and was a success. We had a great prescribed fire out there. It went well, and we want to continue to research and look at the effects of those on the natural resource.
May I? And removal of invasive non-natives? That's
Yes.
still going? Okay, and a happy consequence of reducing deer density is, of course, people who use the park are not going to be subjected to high tick density. So they're not going to.
I hope so. I hate ticks.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Great work.
Councilmember Sassberg.
I just wanted to follow up on the survey. just because, I mean, you had 405 residents complete the survey out of more than 80,000 residents. So can you just talk about how that is still like statistically significant and that sort of thing, especially because that's a number that's out there now,
Right.
to making sure that
the
everybody feels good
science
about
of
that.
it, I cannot talk about. I took statistics in college, but I don't remember a lot. We worked with a professional survey firm who looked at Bloomington, who looked at the census information, who looked at the population, the resident outcomes, everything like that, and came up with a number, as statisticians do, that they said, we need this many randomized samples to be a statistically valid survey and to get the error of margin that they said, which is less than 5%. So while more respondents would have continued to decrease, the error below that 5%, we still feel pretty confident statistically that this is a really good, valid survey for us to look at. I really wanted the quantitative part of it to look at, to pair with the qualitative feedback that we were getting from community focus groups and things like that. So I think we're not just making decisions on the survey alone, but pairing it with everything else that we've heard from the community through focus groups, through talking to people at the farmers market, all the outreach work we've done as part of the master plan process.
Okay, thank you. So those 405 survey respondents don't include all of the other outreach that you
Correct.
did last year? Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Online? All right, seeing none, thank you,
Thank you
Director
so much.
Street. We now have a presentation from the Human Rights Commission. Who's here? I see many of you. Oh, the other way. No, oh, sorry. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, good evening. My name is Emma Williams, and I'm the chair of the Bloomington-Monroe County Human Rights Commission. I've been on the commission for about 3 years, recent nomination to the chair, and I'm going to present the annual report from 2025. So the commission is composed of 7 members appointed by the Monroe County Commissioners, the Bloomington City Council, and the mayor, and our work is primarily guided by 2 responsibilities, which is the enforcement of the Human Rights Ordinance and educating community members about their rights and the responsibilities that, are applicable to them under human rights laws. So in 2025, the commission investigated 18 cases alleging discrimination. Each of these cases reflects an individual or a family seeking fairness under our local ordinance. And our role is to essentially ensure that those claims are reviewed carefully and impartially. In addition to formal investigations, we responded to 83 inquiries and complaints, and these often involve individuals seeking guidance about their rights and whether their situation falls within our jurisdiction. And we work to make sure that they're pointed in the right place and given the correct resources for their situation at hand if we're not able to help them. Beyond enforcement, we also remain active in community outreach because we want to touch as many people as possible so they understand what we as a community can do to help them if they are facing discrimination. So we tabled at several different events, Pride Fest, the 88th anniversary celebration, and La Fiesta del Otoño. And these are just important ways for us to connect directly with the residents and increase awareness so they know exactly who to come to if they have an issue. We also hosted our annual art and essay contest for students in grades kindergarten through 6th grade. So this year's theme was, how does diversity make our community stronger? And it encouraged students from a really young age to engage with ideas of inclusion and respect for all community members. Looking ahead, our strategic goals in 2026 reflect our past work. We want to really focus on continuity of what we've been doing and the growth of the commission. So we'll continue to review and respond to all inquiries and investigate all discrimination cases within our jurisdiction and cluing those into, the correct parties if it falls outside of our jurisdiction. We also plan to expand our educational efforts by attending informal or informational events and increasing outreach through publications and presentations. We often have different members of the community and community organizations come in and educate us about what they do. So that way we have a lot of weapons at our resource. If we can't particularly help someone, we can guide them to local resources as well as state resources that can help. And we also want to identify new opportunities to support and protect people who are most at risk of discrimination in the community. So yeah, at its core, the commission, the work is about ensuring access to information, processes, and the protections guaranteed under local laws. We're really grateful for the continued support of the council in advancing our work, and we invite everyone to attend our meetings, which are held on the third Monday of each month, 5 p.m. here in City Hall, usually the Hooker Room, or via Zoom. And thank you for your time and commitment to protecting the rights and dignity of everyone here in Bloomington and the county beyond. And I am happy to answer questions, and Michael is really happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions, colleagues? Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Given the nationwide attacks on trans rights, have you seen an uptick in the number of discrimination complaints from the LGBTQ plus community?
From what I have gauged, yes, a little bit. Michael could answer more to that. I think because we have such we have such wide variety of cases, and each commissioner works on an individual case. It's hard for me to gauge exactly what comes in until the end with the annual report. So, Michael, have you seen an uptick?
Yeah, I'm Michael Sherman from the Community and Family Resources Department here at the city, and the liaison for the Human Rights Commission. Yeah, there's definitely been an uptick in the amount of people in the LGBTQ plus community who have come forward with issues, and probably an overall increase, not a large, because it's not a large percentage anyway, of trans cases as well. So there is some more concern about that area, and we continue to try to address it in the same way that we always do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad people have this resource.
Councilmember Daley.
Thank you for that answer. Kind of in that same vein, can you identify anything maybe proactively that we as a council can be doing to help you guys or help the marginalized members of our community who are coming forward with more? And I'm putting you on the spot trying to think of a solution right there, but have you guys been able to identify anything that we could be doing to help?
I think our commission members are made up of a broad variety of community members with various interests and backgrounds, and so they might all have very specific things that they could give you. I think genuinely the best thing to be doing right now is encouraging the members of the community, specifically those most marginalized, that you are listening and you will do what you can in your power to, listen with empathy and assist. I know right now there's a lot of pressure for, local governments nationwide with sort of the administration coming down from both state levels and national levels, and the threats that kind of loom over everyone's head. It's definitely in the back of everyone's mind. So I think just ensuring different groups being open and available to their thoughts and their feelings, and ensuring that whatever you can do within your power, you are willing to give it a shot.
I'll add that for 9 years running, we've received a score of 100 on the Human Rights Campaign thing, which you've all probably been aware of. And one of the things that we've always not got any extra points on, because you try to get more than 100, is the actual not having an LGBTQ plus center for Bloomington. We have one on the campus, but the community doesn't have one. And behind the scenes, we've been trying to help support that as much as possible with people, and that's on its way. So I would say one of the ways you could probably support it is get in contact with those people and tell them that you're behind them, because they're on their way towards getting that center in place. It's called the Front Door. So.
I'm very excited about that, actually. Yeah, I think that's fantastic. Thank you for those answers.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Stossberg.
For the sake of the community listening, can you kind of walk through, like, if somebody feels like they have need because they have been discriminated against in some way, like, what should they do in order to get in contact with you? And if they are concerned about being retaliated against, like, how do you deal with that kind of fear?
Yeah, we talk to people all the time, try to make sure that we have a safe space for them to be able to tell what their issue is, let them know that it's confidential, that what we're doing, we will keep it to, whoever has to do it. If we have an investigating commissioner, we give them opportunity to spell out their timeline of what happened, who was involved, what it was, try to gather all of the information of what the actual complaint is, and then give them the option to be able to try to work with the respondent or bring it as a formal complaint and get an investigating commissioner involved. So we work with them the best we can to try to ensure that they're going to be safe in this process. When it goes to the respondent, the complaint, it's made clear that retaliation is not acceptable, and that's sort of the general process. It's a little bit longer than when we describe it to the complaint, but that's the upshot.
Right, but I mean, do they call you? Do they email? Like?
Yeah, well, it comes in every way. So we see emails. We have a form that's up on the web, so a kind of initial intake form that you can be able to do. We get phone calls all of the time. Other people will pass it along. I get texts. It happens pretty much every way, and we accept anything that anybody wants to do.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for your service to the city and to its residents. Thank you. We now have a presentation from the Commission on Hispanic and Latina Affairs. Welcome.
So you could advance the slides right, left, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, I'm a tiny one. Okay, thank you for having me here. I'm Claudia. I'm in the commission for 2 years now, and recently named the chair of the commission, so we are so happy to be here. Our mission is to identify, understand, and address the issues that impact Hispanic and Latin residents while actively promoting access, reducing barriers, and strengthening civic participation. It's also important to recognize that Hispanic and Latin residents represent approximately 10% of the Bloomington population, and we are committed to ensure that their voices are heard and reflected in the life of our city. In practice, this means we work to deeply understand community experience, to elevate those voices, and to help translate them into thoughtful and collaborative solutions. We aim to strengthen connections between resident and local government, ensuring that communication is not only accessible, but also culturally responsive and grounded in trust. And at the heart of our work is a deep commitment to recognize and celebrate the contribution of Hispanic and Latin residents, which are essential to the strength and vitality of our community. I also want to acknowledge the work of the commitment of our commissions who contribute to make this work possible. And I would especially like to recognize our liaison, Jimena Martinez, whose leadership and dedication has been instrumental in helping us reach where we are today, especially in times like this for us. In terms of our 2025 key achievements, our work focused on 3 key areas: expanding access to resources, strengthening partnerships, and fostering a strong sense of belonging across the community. In terms of access, we provide resources through educational initiative, including Spanish languages workshop focused on mental health and parenting. We also support families navigating FAFSA process in collaboration with IU La Casta Latino Cultural Center and El Centro Comunal Latino, helping families overcome language barriers and better access financial aid for college. In terms of partnership, one key initiative was the Mental Health Community Forum, where we brought together 10 local organizations and providers. This allowed us to identify barriers such as language access, stigma, and fear, while beginning to strengthen networking and referral pathways across organizations. We connect with MCSC to better understand factors affecting student attendance and well-being with the goal of strengthening communication with families. And in terms of belonging, we focus on creating trusted spaces where families feel comfortable engaging, asking questions, and accessing information in environments where they feel safe and welcomed. These include participating in community events, connecting with residents through Spanish language radio, and creating opportunity for more direct and meaningful engagement. For example, during the La Fiesta del Otoño, a long-standing community and family research tradition celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, we hosted an outreach booth to share information about city resources and connect with residents in welcoming environment. This is an opportunity to celebrate our community, its culture, its contribution, and presence in Bloomington. And we warmly invite you to join us this year. Looking ahead for 2026, our work will continue to focus on amplifying the voice of Hispanic and Latin residents and strengthening connections between the community and local institutions. We will prioritize improving access to information and services, particularly by reducing language barriers and expanding cultural responsive communications. We also aim to deepen partnership with schools, community organizations, and service providers so we can better understand community needs and respond in a more coordinated way. We will launch the Latino Recognition Award with a renewed focus on community centers value, honoring individuals and organizations whose leadership and service strengths and uplifted Bloomington Hispanic and Latin community. And most important, we want to continue to celebrate our community and its valuable contribution to Bloomington, rooted in hard work, strong family values, and deep sense of community. Ultimately, our goal is not only to respond to immediate needs that we absolutely have, but also to contribute to long-term improvement that expands opportunities, strengthens access, and support dignity for all. More than welcome to have any
Thank you
to respond
so
to
much. Muchas gracias. Questions, comments? Councilmember Puma-Smith.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation and all your great work in the community. I just want to state for the record that I think it's shameful that our federal government has created a climate of fear for this population, rather than recognizing and celebrating the contributions of Hispanic and Latine communities to our culture, society, and economy. And it's also horrible that the Indiana General Assembly has preempted local government's right to protect our communities by requiring us to collaborate with ICE, an agency that has acted in blatant violation of civil and legal rights, especially those of Hispanic, Latine, and other communities of color throughout the U.S. I support you, and I think I can speak for us all that we support the communities that you represent and appreciate your hard work here in Bloomington.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Councilmember Daley.
Thank you for that presentation and also for all the work that the whole commission does. I know that this past year you guys had some tricky obstacles and barriers in trying to continue, to operate with some normalcy. And I think you guys did a fantastic job, and I'm really impressed with all of the hard work and commitment from the commission. How can we, as a council, and also even as a community, be supporting the commission better?
I appreciate so much this question. I would encourage the council to intentionally consider Hispanic and Latin community across all the city strategies, from parks and recreation to housing and public services, to include this and strengthen the language barriers that we have, for example, and make more accessible in language, for example, or actually insurance services are also culturally responsive. It's also important to continue for us to celebrate our culture. So be part of that. We invite you and we welcome you to our Fiesta del Otoño, and to help us to change a narrative that are around our community, because we strongly think that our community and multiculturality help and make this city a better place. So you're more than welcome to be in all our activities and to join us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here. We now move on to a time of public comment for things that are not on the agenda. I'm sorry, we have a council committee report. I'm sorry. So before that, we have 2 council committee reports. I think we start with Council Member Rosenbarger has a report. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Hi. Okay, thanks. That ended so abruptly. Let me just I need to get it. I'm just gonna wing it for the start. Okay, so this is the old sidewalk committee, the new pedestrian safety committee. So welcome to the pedestrian safety committee. We met in December and talked through our past recommended and funded projects that we did in 2025 or even 2024 that are still ongoing, like North Jefferson Street. And we talked with staff about how we want this committee to move forward. So because we have the transportation plan and the Safe Streets for All plan, what's so funny?
We can't see you, but they can. We just can't. You're over there, not over
I'm
there.
sorry. I see myself on the screen, like
It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. We're there. You're
Okay.
back.
Okay. And so what we really looked at this year is how the money, the $500,000 that council gets from the Alternative Transportation Fund, ATF, can be kind of the most efficiently used and also a little bit like the most nimbly used, I would say. And so this has kind of always been something that gets discussed at these meetings, that like how much does this committee want to like weigh in on every specific project that might get done, or do we want to give staff the flexibility to kind of pick and choose projects as the year progresses? So last year we had three projects that were kind of finished up or still ongoing this year, and then another committee member might want to speak to those. And then we still gave a big chunk as flexible funding to work in coordination with Public Works. So mostly when they were doing street repaving, planning staff would see that opportunity as like increasing or putting in new bump outs and bike lanes and things of that sort. So we felt like that went really well last year. And so this year it really is a pretty similar funding allocation and recommendation. There is the funding for the North Jefferson Street sidewalk build out. And I think this is our 3rd year on it, and it will be completed. So that's just east of Eigenman, where that is. It's like a big student area, and there wasn't a sidewalk. So that is, I think, really lovely. And so we looked at the criteria that we used last year, and these are safe streets for all projects. And then we kind of, so almost like extended the reach that it's not just Public Works projects, but it can also be in conjunction with utilities or other city departments or other safe streets for all projects. And then because this was a little more widely cast than normal, we asked for a check-in mid-year from planning staff. So probably Hank Duncan will be giving us a mid-year report when we're back from recess sometime in July. That's what I have.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the committee? Councilmember Rallo.
Well, it's more of a, I think there was a question raised by Councilmember Rosenberger, sorry. Excuse me. Spaced out. About whether council input or planners are the appropriate means by which we discern the needs of the community. And I think a combination of them are important because, you know, having been on the sidewalk committee for years, there is the lived experience needs of residents, you know, of where, you know, what the needs are in their neighborhood that I think is invaluable, you know, that may be overlooked by planners, as much as I respect, of course, the planners' sort of 30,000-foot view. And, you know, so I think that, you know, the combination is an important way to prioritize needs, and I recognize the needs list is very long.
Thank you.
Apologies, Councilmember Rosenberger, for some reason.
Other.
Did you?
Go ahead,
Oh, that
Councilmember.
wasn't a question, right? It was just a.
Well, yeah, you reflect on, yeah, do you share that view? Or are you thinking, I mean, you were proposing maybe turning it all over to the planning staff? Is that your, you know, your perspective?
That is the perspective of the committee for the most part. Yes, I'm just one of the votes, one of 4. And yes, the breakdown, now that I have my document up, is $60,000 to finish that construction of North Jefferson, and then $435 for right-of-way acquisition, design, and construction under the Safe Streets priority projects, and then $5,000 for change orders, because that sometimes happens where engineering has to ask for special permission, and now they kind of don't. I like that. I think this is my 6th year on the committee and maybe my 5th year or 4th year as chair. And every year we do have this Councilmember Rallo question, which I appreciate. And I think it is like, for me, the transportation plan and the Safe Streets for All plan has taken into account what people in neighborhoods want and need because of all the public engagement in those plans. So that's my take on it. I would be happy for other committee members to weigh in on their take on that as well.
Councilmember Stassberg.
I have a question. In the, I guess it's 2025 update table, it has the Fee Lane and Law Lane intersection improvement that looks like maybe it was $40,000 in like design kind of planning stuff. Do you know where that is, or was that brought up at all in discussion in terms of where that's laying in any kind of priority list? Because often I guess I've felt like with this committee's allocations, you know, like you mentioned North Jefferson, it's like the 3rd year, you know, in terms of like progressing on and continuing to devote some funds as budgeting allows to the same projects, you know. So do you know if that Fee Lane, Law Lane intersection is maybe going to use some of that $435,000 this year? Was that talked about?
So it is one of the optional, like the project is on the table, and I forget what IU owns, but it's very IU dependent because they own part of the property around there. I think it was a consideration last year, but you can see we did not spend any money on it last year. And instead, I think we looked at that bus stop up the street. That was a problem with Briscoe, where students were crossing without just wildly crossing the street, sort of, because the bus stopped on the opposite side and then they had to get across. So I think some money got spent on that. And then so Hank Duncan did have the Fee Lane, Law Lane as an example of a project that will be looked at this year. So I guess I don't know that it's like that there is a priority list, but I know it's an option if that is helpful.
Yeah, that is helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Last chance. Questions, comments? All right. Thank you so much to the committee for that report. Okay, Councilman Stassberg.
We need to move to approve.
Do we need to approve this?
Yes. Yes.
We're clerkless. I didn't notice. So
Okay.
I think we have to, do we need to, can we operate a meeting clerkless? Parliamentarian type? Okay, so
here she comes.
there we are. Sorry, I hadn't noticed that we had become clerkless. We have to vote to approve,
So I'll make a motion.
Can you motion, please?
I'll move to approve the the pedestrian safety committee funding recommendations for 2026.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
and Flaherty.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. Those recommendations carry. Thank you so much to the hard work of the committee, as always, and thank you, Councilmember Rosenbarger, for chairing that committee so diligently year after year. Okay, now for sake of time, hopefully we'll move on to the hiring committee memo. Hopefully all of you had the chance to read the memo. So happy as a committee to take any questions about it, and if none, we can directly move to the two motions proposed in the memo. Councilmember Strasburg.
I think the only, okay, so I have two questions about the job description. One is job grade was highlighted and it was still a 12. Is that actually staying at 12?
That'll be determined by the normal processes of...
Okay,
yeah.
so it hasn't gone through that yet?
Correct.
So it's, okay, great. And then the second thing that I wanted to bring up is under the exercised rights. I think that it is kind of a change. It's in consultation with the council president and consistent with human resources. Basically, it sounds like the council president is then sharing supervisory authority over council staff with this, I can't remember what we've called this role, the council attorney and director of Common Council Office, and I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with that in terms of actually sharing the supervisory authority with a single council member, just because
Yep.
I mean, the attorney is the one who's in the office all of the time with
Understood.
those people, and it's
Yep.
one thing to like consult. I mean, the language that was in
Yeah.
there before was to just when it comes to discipline and firing, it was, where is it? To confer with the president, which doesn't give the president any power.
Yeah.
And that was the intention of that word confer anyway at the time, was to not give the president any actual power, but just to allow the attorney to talk to somebody specific
Yes.
about that kind of procedure, but not
Yes.
necessarily anything else related to staffing. So
Yes.
I don't love that we've then given power to a single council member to supervise staff.
Yes. Thank you. So I think as the committee, I mean, our committee respond if you feel otherwise, but the word consultation is a synonym for confer to us. I don't think we saw this in any different way. So we're happy to change it to confer. I don't think it makes a big difference.
I guess I would want to look up that definition.
Let's just change it to
So
confer.
I'll do that for a sec.
We can just change it to confer. I don't think any objection, but we'll just change it to confer. We'll just say in conference, or we'll just say conferring with.
Yeah, in conference,
Yeah,
or, yeah,
it's perfect.
something like that would be good. As long as the intention is that the council attorney gets
Yeah, yeah.
to make all of these
Yep.
decisions, and the council president is just like there as.
Yes, correct. And that
a
is
person.
exactly what we tried to capture.
yeah,
Thank you for
okay.
that. We'll
Yeah,
change
so
that.
as long as that's kind of clear in whatever language, that was my only
Yep.
concern. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Councilman Rallo.
Well, I just wanted to thank the committee chair and President Asari for his work, the proposed draft changes to the job description that the committee reviewed and that is before us tonight. It required a lot of work, and I appreciate your take on it. So, yep.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thanks. The job grade 12, So what is the process exactly like? I'm guessing you all as the committee kind of wrote it so that it does appear to be more of a director position, probably in line with like department heads. And then how do we get it changed if not now? Like does HR review it now? Because I think it would be so great to hire into a different pay range.
Yeah, so next process, we'll work with HR to actually get it reviewed before posted.
Oh, cool. Okay, great.
There's no guarantee that it would change, but we have a process for that to happen, so. And we have written it with that in mind. Any other questions? And thank you so much for that, Councilmember Rosenberger.
Just one last one.
Yes, sir.
When will it be posted?
Unclear, I don't know. As soon as possible.
Yeah, as soon as
with post haste.
Not that there's a sense of urgency.
Yes.
Which there is.
Yes. It'll go faster than this meeting is going, I promise. I'm joking. Yeah, I cannot keep that promise. Okay. Councilmember Zulik.
I move that the council approves this job description.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the job description here. We have to, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't capture who the second was. Thank you. Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Stossberg.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then there's a second request from the committee in the memo if anybody would like to move for that, that would be great.
I move to authorize the hiring committee to identify and contract in coordination with appropriate city processes with external vendors, professional service providers, or temporary legal counsel as necessary to ensure uninterrupted functioning of the council office and to support recruitment efforts.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Piedmont Smith and Stossberg.
I would just ask that it say and/or temporary legal counsel, so that we can engage with external vendors, professional service providers, and/or temporary legal counsel. Do you take that as a friendly amendment, Councilmember Daley?
I'm sorry, I was trying to send this over to the clerk and I didn't hear what the, I knew you were
That
going to ask me.
we say and/or temporary legal counsel as necessary, so that we could do both and not just one or the other.
Yeah, I think that's how it was written.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, I misspoke, it should say and/or. So do I need to?
No, I
reread
think
all
we're
of it?
fine.
Okay, we're good.
Councilmember Stossberg.
I just am wondering how this is going to work in terms of how, if we contract with an attorney, how their time is going to be prioritized in terms of, I mean, for example, yesterday in the CCP meeting,
Yep.
there were like 3 things that were like, oh, I guess we're going to have to consult with this about with an external person. And so is that something that y'all have been able to talk about yet, or?
We've started at least to speak in broad terms about it. I mean, it's going to be something we're going to have to feel out a bit. I mean, it's new territory here, but the goal is how do you get the actual legal expertise that we need, and minimizing the cost to the city. So, I mean, that's the framework that we'll have to operate under. What that looks like in practice. We've talked, for example, we threw out the idea that if you had an external counsel, it could be something like every council member gets a 30-minute consultation a week or something like that, to talk about legislation, something like that, and then that they're at our meeting. It could be something, some framework like that. So, obviously thinking about fairness and accessibility and all equal accessibility and those type of things. But yeah, I mean, it's a new territory, so we'll have to see.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Okay. Any other discussion points? Please, Councilman Rallo.
Well, just to say, I want to express gratitude to Clerk Nicole Bolden and her staff for all the help given to the council in this interim while we were staff council, the council office. And apart from that, just generally speaking, because it's been profound and really important and has kept us going. So Yep.
Any other discussion here? Okay, seeing none, online, are you all okay with this? Okay, clerk, will you please kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
And Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Woohoo! Fantastic, guys, we did it. Okay, that, if you're a Dune fan, that concludes Dune Part 1. And so the crescendo of Dune Part 1, though, the after bit is that we have a time now of public comment. This is for anything that is not on the agenda. There'll be time of public comment for the things on the agenda on each agenda item. So if you have a public comment, please come to the mic. Remember to sign in. If you'd like to say your name or alias, and if you're online, the same. We will alternate between people online and in the room, starting with here in the room. Take it away, Mr. MG.
Hey, good evening, Council, Mr. President. This is Christopher MG, Senior Director of Government and Community Relations with your Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. Tonight, I just wanted to highlight a couple upcoming opportunities. These are all open to the community and free. You do not have to be a chamber member. And I'd be remiss if I didn't start with our wonderful partnership with the city, who luckily most of them are here tonight. I can thank them personally. That we'll be doing Zing Train, Systems for Supporting Staff at the Bloomington Convention Center. That's Wednesday, April 1st from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We have 139 already registered. We can have about 20 more. This is a award-winning workshop designed for business owners, managers, and HR professionals. Participants will gain practical tools around hiring, training, performance management systems with a focus on building stronger teams, improving retention, and addressing workplace challenges proactively. And then we have some great volunteer opportunities. Michael Shermas being one of my great volunteers at the Success Schools Reality Store. That's the foundation wing, feel-good wing of the Chamber. What is the Success School and what is the Reality Store? Well, we do career and financial literacy at the Success School, and the Reality Store is a hands-on literacy simulation where junior high students take the role of a 28-year-old, kids, marriages, divorce, and they navigate life, budgeting around housing, transportation, food, and more. And we will have volunteers play a key role in connecting them with that real life experience at different booths. So we'll be starting that first a week from Friday, April 3rd at Jackson Creek Middle School. We have 2 shifts, a morning and an afternoon. And then we'll be finishing up our 4th round Friday, May 8th at Tri-North Middle School. So we'd love to see you volunteer for that. If you have not, it is really a lot of fun interacting with junior high students and them realizing how much children cost, how much they are actually causing budget woes within their own household. And then on Tuesday, April 21st, we're going to be back at you with Elect Connect at the Waldron Center. This is our candidate election event. We'll be focusing on the Democratic primary for Monroe County Commissioner, featuring the County Council members Trent Deckard and David Henry. Should be a wonderful way to network with them ahead of time and then see a moderated debate with former Mayor John Fernandez. That starts at 4 o'clock and will end before 6 p.m. I thank you for your time tonight, and I hope everybody brought a lunch. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
No, there is not.
Wonderful. Here back in the room. Take it away.
Hello, my name is Matt Caldy. I'm here just to kind of remind the community, anyone watching in Bloomington or in the Bloomington area, that the Environmental Commission's Eco Heroes Art Contest is open for submissions. So we're looking for any artistic submissions from ages pre-K all the way up to adult. We've had 2D art, 3D art, performance art, essays, digital media, all kinds of creative stuff. Our theme this year is Our Nature at Night. So we're hoping to get a lot of nocturnal themed, all the things that happen after sunset. Let's see. The submissions are due by April 7th. They can be turned in here at City Hall, during business hours, or if it is a digital submission, contestants can email environment@bloomington.in.gov. The presentation will be a part of the Earth Day event at Switchyard Park on April 18th, so that's where people will be able to pick up their submissions or get prizes. We're looking forward to a whole bunch of submissions, so tell your friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to give comment?
Hi, my name is Christopher. I've been a citizen of Bloomington my whole life. Happy spring also. I have a simple idea. How about, as a city, we grow our own food? Now, I know what a lot of you are thinking. It's infeasible, land's too expensive, etc. But I think we could come up with a way, grants, fundraising, volunteers, to grow our own food as a city, even if it's just 10% to start. I've personally done gardening my whole life, and I really enjoy it. I believe gardening's great for health and wellness, and it can be therapeutic. There's a story, an old story, in Genesis. When God kicked out Adam and Eve, he stationed a cherubim to guard the Garden of Eden. Now, I don't know what your beliefs are, religious or whatnot, and I don't know where we would fall on that timeline, but I do know we can grow our own food, and that's my simple suggestion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any other comments? All right, is there any, come ahead. Anybody online in the meantime?
No, there's not.
Okay, fantastic.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Brianna. I'm a social work student at Indiana University, and I'm here tonight as part of my social welfare policy and practices advocacy assignment. While I am here for a class, this topic is deeply personal to me. I speak to you today as an adult survivor of children of hoarding disorder. My own upbringing in a hoarded home led to a period of homelessness in this town and has had a lasting impact on my mental health and socioeconomic status. I wasn't brave enough as a child to escape that environment, so I have chosen to use my education to advocate for those who are still trapped. Hoarding disorder is a DSM-5 recognized condition that leads to extreme functional impairment, often exceeding chronic pain or diabetes. For children, it is associated with high levels of family strain, isolation, and long-term trauma. Currently, these children are often invisible in our legal and social systems. My long-term goal is to request a state amendment to Title 31 to specifically recognize hoarding-related hazards as child neglect, ensuring these families receive necessary mental health referrals and treatment. As I begin this journey, I am asking for your guidance. Could you direct me to appropriate city resources such as housing and neighborhood development to better understand how Bloomington currently supports families in these complex environments? Thank you for your time and for hearing my story.
Thank you for sharing it.
Hello. My remarks are based on an essay that was written by the famous writer Jason Hickel. There's nothing democratic about capitalism. Yes, we get elected leaders every few years, even if we acknowledge that this process is often corrupt and inadequate. But when it comes to the economy, the system that affects our everyday lives and determines the shape and direction of our society, generally not even a pretense of democracy is allowed to enter. Under capitalism, production is controlled overwhelmingly by investable assets. Investors determine what to produce, how to use our collective labor and our planet's resources, and what to do with the surplus we generate. The primary purpose of production and surplus investment is not to meet human needs, achieve social progress, or to realize democratically ratified objectives. The purpose is to maximize and accumulate profit and power. That is the overriding goal. These decisions are made in the narrow interests of the capitalist class. The workers, the people actually doing the production, rarely get any voice at all. This arrangement is completely undemocratic. In fact, it is literally plutocracy. And when you govern a system like this, it leads to perverse outcomes. We end up with massive overproduction of things like fossil fuels, SUVs, and mansions. We get chronic underproduction of necessary things like renewable energy, public transit, and affordable housing. Because these are left less profitable to capital or not profitable at all. The result is that despite having extraordinary productive capacity with extremely high levels of output to the point of blowing past planetary boundaries, we nonetheless fail to ensure that everyone has access to basic goods and services. A critic may retort that capitalism is democratic because every person gets to vote with their dollars. According to this argument, consumers determine the direction of the economy, which serves everyone's needs in the most efficient way possible. But this argument does not hold water. The dollars of ordinary people do not equal votes because we cannot buy the things that are not being produced. We may want renewable energy, affordable housing, longer-lasting products, public transit, and regenerative agriculture, but these things are usually not produced because capital does not consider it profitable enough to do so. Demand is a necessary but insufficient condition. It is profitability, not demand, that determines investment. Capital determines production, and we only get to vote among the things that capital is willing to produce. But none of this is inevitable. We can and should extend the principles of democracy into our economy, and so I strongly encourage Bloomington to make that a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes our time of public comment. Appointments to boards and commissions, I believe we have one. Is there a motion? Please, Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Yes, I move to appoint Carrie Champion to seat C1 on the Historic Preservation Commission.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Strasburg.
I just have a question because seats C2 and C3 are also currently vacant, and C1 has a carryover right now. So is that a
Yes.
specific recommendation?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on this appointment?
Councilmember Asari.
Yes.
Daly.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff. Yes. Rosenbarger. Yes. Flaherty.
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Piedmont-Smith.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Say what? Oh, the TV's about to turn off again. Thanks, Michael. Okay, we are now moving on to legislation for second readings. No? What are we missing?
Apologies.
Oh, you have another one?
Well,
What? Oh, okay. All right.
We have a removal request.
Okay, go for it.
Drew Herron, also on the Historic Preservation Commission, has been not responsive and has missed the last 3 meetings and has not responded to either emails from the chair and the staff liaison. So at this point in time, I move that we remove Drew Herron from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
I think in the past, when somebody has, when we've taken action to remove somebody from a commission, we vote to send that person a final notice that they will be removed unless they, respond and attend a meeting. And then if they don't respond to that, then we remove them.
I think, noting also the clerk, who is our memory, says that is the case. But thoughts, though, that we just changed the legislation on how people can be removed from boards and commissions, and one of the things that's specified there is not showing up. No.
I think that we could go with our precedent, or we could do it this way. I don't think it's written anywhere that we have to give the person another chance after they've already reached out.
I did just get a message from Deputy Clerk Crossley that said that that is correct, and she can do that tomorrow if that's how we'd like to go as well.
Okay. Well, you made the motion, so your choice.
Okay. I will withdraw my motion, and I move that the council sends one final letter to Drew Herron pending, or I guess not pending, prior to his removal from the HPC.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, give me just a second. I want to capture that.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Thank you.
That also carries. Are there any other board and commission appointments? Okay, thank you so much. Moving on to legislation for second readings. Are there any motions?
I move that ordinance 2026-06 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Well, there's a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, ordinance 2020, oh geez, sorry, I jumped ahead of myself, even though I heard what you said. Councilmember Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty? Councilmember Flaherty?
He had his earphones out.
Yes.
Thank you. Strasburg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
And Daley?
Yes.
That motion carries 9-0. Will the honorable clerk please read?
Yes. Ordinance 2026-06 to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 6.3-acre property from residential urban lot, R4, and residential multifamily, RM, within the Transform Redevelopment Overlay, TRO, to planned unit development, PUD, and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends the zoning of the property from residential urban lot and residential multifamily within the Transform Redevelopment Overlay to planned unit development.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I move that ordinance 2026-06 be adopted.
Second.
Okay, just a brief note before we do, unless there's any dissent on this, I'd like to structure it this way that we'll hear a initial presentation by the petitioner, namely the Office of the Mayor, have a time for any pending questions. There's already been questions asked, and those have been posted in our packet and online. Then we have a series of reasonable conditions. I'd like to go over each of those individually in the following fashion. The person who's proposed it or the people who've proposed it can just say a few words. I think they're all very straightforward. Any questions that you might have for them, a response from the petitioner, and then we will vote for individual reasonable conditions. And after that, we'll have a period of public comment. Question there is whether we want to vote or have public comment first, really, I think. But is any dissent or thoughts on the question of placement of public comment? Councilmember Strasburg, please.
Shouldn't we have public comment on all the reasonable conditions?
It's up to the council. I think that one way we could do it is hear all the reasonable conditions, have the discussion about them, have public comment completely, so people can comment on them sort of as a whole, and then vote. I think that might be a bit smoother.
I think that when we've done it before, when we did it for Summit last year, I think each reasonable condition got individual public comment.
Yeah, if that's what everybody would like. Is that any people online? Are you okay with that? Councilmember Flaherty. Okay.
I have a strong preference. Thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I think it would be more clear if we went through the entire process for each reasonable condition.
Okay, fine. So with if there's no objections to that, that's how we'll proceed, yes? Okay, fantastic. Councilmember Flaherty, please.
I did anticipate, for the sake of efficiency, the possibility of combining several of mine that are related for kind of at least joint discussion and possibly joint vote if that's the mind of the council on it, or if people want to have different opinions about different ones. Even though they're related, we could vote on them separately. And those would be to pair 6 and 7, which are about sustainability. Yep. And to pair 8, 9, 10, and 11, which are all about dimensional standards with sidewalks, tree plots, and alleys, and they are kind of intersectional. So I thought it would make sense to present those jointly. And so that's not exactly following what Councilmember Piedmont-Smith just mentioned, but I think in those particular cases that may make sense. And if it's okay with my colleagues, we could proceed that way.
And can you just repeat, Councilmember Flaherty, so 6 and 7 and then 8 through 12?
11.
8 through 11?
12 separate, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the other thing that I'd forgotten to note is I think of the reasonable conditions, 4 and 5 might be in conflict with each other. Or do we think that they could do they both exist in the same space? Councilmember Zulik.
Well, I don't know if they're in direct conflict with each other, but because they're both under the permanent affordability reasonable condition topic, it might be worth discussing them simultaneously.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? Okay, seeing none, with that, we have, the main event. Will the office of the mayor take it away, y'all?
Should we start by saying yay, Hopewell? I think so. We have been in this process, Carrie Thompson, Mayor. We've been in this process for a while now, and you're going to hear some more details tonight about Hopewell, but I think I will spend my time mostly on the principles behind Hopewell and the changes that are being suggested at this point. Although we are happy to answer questions about any of the PUD. It should be said that the real representative of the petitioner, Allie Thurman, is not able to come to this meeting tonight, and we knew that ahead of time when this was scheduled. So some of you have told me that Hopewell is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for this community. And while this is an important project, it should not be the only time that we get to do housing right. This is also only the first part of a much larger neighborhood. We have an opportunity today and an obligation into the future to set a clear path for what housing in Bloomington can be. And just as importantly, how we lead together to make that happen. So I'm encouraging us to set a standard for how we show up as community leaders in this work, instead of as politicians in this instance. I want to take this chance to live into a simple truth. Party politics doesn't matter. Individual credit for who does what also doesn't matter. What builds housing and what improves community is the decision to work together in good faith with great planning for the common good. While we have President Trump leading our country and once again setting a national political rhetoric based on who is in and who is out, and thereby creating contentious conversations across the globe, we are in a moment to do things very differently in Bloomington. We don't need to be politicians standing against one another. We can be community leaders, standing with one another to get a project started that the community has been asking for, providing input on, and planning since 2017. And I appreciate this council's participation in several important steps along that process. I know that there are many possibilities of the impact that we can make when we create housing. When we have a project like Hopewell, we are prone to see an opportunity to live into a kind of housing utopia. Perfectly adorable units, dwellings that are walkable to all of our resources, affordable to anyone, no matter your income level, the best climate ratings, the biggest sidewalks, the widest lanes. But the fact of the matter is that we can do exceedingly well at one or maybe two of those things. And the rest of that catalog of desires that we have on any given project, we must choose to prioritize where we want to have a clear impact, where we want to be best at something. Some other things may be less than ideal. Otherwise, we will miss the mark on all of them. There is no housing utopia. When we seek to build homes for everyone, one home that would serve anyone, we won't be able to be anything for anyone. We will miss the mark on any impact at all. Hopewell South is simply phase one. It is not Hopewell in its entirety, and we have picked two specific goals to focus on. Be affordable at market rate to as many people as possible at the lowest income possible, and attainable to many more of our residents. And be a neighborhood that makes the most of walkability. It is an idyllic walking distance to all of the resources a family or individual needs. The design presented to you tonight does an exceedingly good job of meeting those two goals. We also meet climate goals and will commit to exceeding the base level in at least one other area. And while it won't be a panacea of all of the city's comprehensive goals in one package, it has hit the mark on those two goals exceedingly well. And we still do very well on the others. These are attractive homes of modest size on modest lots. They have the ability to be built by local builders with mortgages offered by local lenders. The question in front of you tonight is whether to approve or deny the PUD, which was certified unanimously by the Plan Commission. That is the only question. This is not my project. This is not council's project. This is and has been our community's project. A project that the community has been co-creating since 2017, and it has received perhaps more input than any other single housing development in our city's history. More than that, this is our opportunity to show our community the way politics should work, where we come together around a project and make it as good as it can be together, focusing on impact that we truly want to have. For too long, politicians have been categorized as sausage makers. And by the time the sausage is made, no one actually got the impact that they were looking for. We are a single-party city, and this should not make it harder. This should make us more capable. It means we have the ability and the responsibility to deliver. And it means we have an opportunity to dispel the myth that we can't get things done because we can't find a pathway to true prioritization. We want everything all the time. I've had conversations with many of you over the past many months about this particular project. And in January, we had a full council input session prior to taking the project to Plan Commission. We've taken your input and incorporated it into what you see tonight. And while there are some other ideas now on the table, I want to be clear that when any developer gets to this stage in a development, requirements or conditions that demand a change in the map or the design are costly to implement, not only due to the likely loss of lots, but due to the professional costs associated with making the changes and the natural domino effect that they cause. It's important that we as leaders understand that those costs are not absorbed by the developer. They are passed on to the homeowner. In this way, we ourselves have an opportunity to keep housing more affordable by offering our input and potential requirements before plans are drawn in their final form, and by making decisions in a timely way to avoid any unnecessary inflationary costs. The housing utopia mindset says make them affordable, walkable, widest sidewalks, large tree plots, perfect stormwater, highest energy certifications, and no cost escalation over time. No single project can hit all of these simultaneously. There are trade-offs, and we need a vision that we can actually deliver on. And I believe that you have that in front of you today. At the end of the day, we will be judged not on whether this project was perfect, but on whether we move this community forward in a meaningful way. And as leaders, we will be judged on our ability to work together to meet the needs of our community in this moment. That is the standard I am asking us to meet tonight. I have asked Margie Rice to cover in one package the reasonable conditions and the legal view on all of them so that you all have that legal background before you move into discussion on the actual conditions. Margie?
A little shorter than Carrie. Margie Rice, Corporation Counsel. As Carrie said, I'm going to try to be brief because you have a memo already from me in your packet. We really do appreciate the point. We're here tonight being in front of you, seeking approval of this PUD, which was adopted unanimously. Approving a zoning map is a legislative act, and you're the legislative body. So that is clear in Indiana law. It is governed consistently across our state by specific provisions of the Indiana Code, and there's a little case law that is helpful. Indiana law has made it clear that a legislative body in Indiana must either reject or adopt in its entirety as certified a PUD ordinance that has been adopted by a plan commission. Amendments to a PUD, which has been adopted and certified, are not an option at this stage of the legal process. That's true for any legislative body in Indiana. And these are not my words. I'm going to be quoting from the Court of Appeals. The General Assembly intended that the local legislative body have no power to unilaterally amend a recommended proposal to change a zone map. Now, while it's true that reasonable conditions may be imposed by a legislative body, it's important to remember tonight that reasonable conditions are not amendments to a PUD. Reasonable amendments are provisions that are rationally related to a legitimate governmental interest, but they can't alter or amend the PUD that was adopted and certified. So things that would change the text or exhibits that the Plan Commission already approved are off limits. So one point I want to emphasize, because I've heard it about Summit, is that people are saying, well, how did we amend? Okay, sorry. I've heard people say, well, how did Summit get changed? And I don't think Summit got changed. I think what happened was that the owner, the petitioner, agreed to certain amendment or certain conditions, which is allowable. So it's allowable for the owner to agree to certain conditions, which in that case is what they did. But remember that council initiated amendments are not the same thing. So with that in mind, I have reviewed the 13 proposals offered by the council, and there are several of those that are consistent with the PUD and are actually just clarifications. And let me get to that. So there are a handful, though, that are attempts to go back in time and go back to the pre-plan commission stage and amend the PUD. So that the council is clear on what the city's position is, the legal analysis up front, before we get into the details, I want to make sure that you guys have this in mind. So the 4 proposals marked as conditions 1, 2, 5, and 6 clarify and are consistent with the PUD as certified. They are not amendments to the PUD. I think the record tonight, the public record, should reflect that those proposals are already incorporated into the PUD, and the petitioner has no objection to those proposals, which are 1, 2, 5, and 6. They are, again, just clarifications, and I won't go over those in detail since you know what they are, and you're going to talk about them soon. The 9 proposals, though, that are marked as conditions 3, 4, and 7 through 13 actually contradict the current PUD language or exhibits or make amendments to what the Plan Commission approved. And so those would be considered under state law and case law as impermissible attempts to amend the PUD that the Plan Commission already certified. The last one, 13, is a little different. It's not an impermissible attempt to amend the PUD necessarily, but it's a problem with state law. So state law has said, and we mentioned earlier today that, you know, the General Assembly likes to say what local units of government can't do. And they're often some of the ideas that we like locally. But they have said that an owner-occupied short-term rental property is if it's not owner-occupied, then the local unit of government is prohibited from interpreting and enforcing its zoning regulations in a manner that is intended or has the effect of prohibiting or unreasonably restricting short-term rentals of property. So again, there's a clause that says that you essentially can't ban owner-occupied short-term rentals, and for the non-owner-occupied short-term rentals, it says that you cannot interpret or enforce your zoning regulations in a manner that is intended or has the effect of prohibiting or unreasonably restricting them. So I think that's off limits because of state law. So we'll get into these details as you go through one by one. Happy to answer any questions as we go forward. Looking forward to this opportunity to work with you to get this PUD approved and to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Rice. Questions for either the mayor or for Attorney Rice? Starting with Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. So
And then Flaherty.
just to kind of clarify what you just shared, you think that 1, 2, 5, and 6 are consistent as is, so it doesn't really matter on those whether the petitioner agrees with council or not. They're okay, and so they have to be done. But 3, 4, and 7 through 13, if council wanted those done, but the petitioner didn't agree, then we would not be able to do them.
I think that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So furthermore, I mean, have you discussed with the petitioner, are they unwilling to do 3, 4, and 7 through 13?
Yes, I think that those are already, the Plan Commission has already adopted plans that are different than what is proposed tonight. And the petitioner intends to move forward with what was presented to the Plan Commission. So the RDC has already voted to move that proposal forward. And that's what the RDC has approved and what the petitioner has brought forward. So yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. So first, just a question of clarification. Nobody's proposing to formally amend the ordinance, but you're suggesting that reasonable conditions that in your opinion are tantamount to some type of amendment are disallowed by Indiana law. Is that correct?
Yes, it is most clearly a case that is sort of most clearly on point is this case Misty Woods out of Crown Point. And you know, there's not frankly a lot of case law on this issue because it doesn't frankly come up or it's not litigated. I did run my questions past a couple of other attorneys, just because I always want to make sure I'm not missing something. Dave Schilling is a local county attorney, does Monroe County Plan Commission stuff. He was the Brown County Plan Commission attorney. He argued the Story Inn case in front of the Supreme Court. And that's a case that has a lot of conversation about conditions and commitments. And I also ran this past Bob Clutter, who when I was president of the Municipal Lawyers Association, he was on the board with me. He's a land use attorney. And we've contracted with him to get legal advice when we need a second opinion. And they both agree that if a reasonable condition is something that sort of, for example, in the Story Inn case, it was limiting noise beyond a certain point. Things that like public nuisances, things that governments are interested in. If it's a rationally related condition, you can put it on there. But if it's an attempt to go backwards and say, I don't like what the Plan Commission did, I want it to be different than what the petitioner submitted and the Plan Commission approved, that's an actual amendment. And council can't initiate those sorts of amendments at this stage. When it comes to a zone map approval, it is, again, what the Court of Appeals said, local units were prohibited by the General Assembly from doing anything other than rejecting or adopting as certified this ordinance.
Thank you for clarifying. I guess, so over the past decade, the council has passed reasonable conditions and passed ordinances for planned unit developments, including ordinances 16-20, 16-24, 17-08, 19-23, 20-01, 24-07, all of which have reasonable conditions that do the things that say we're not allowed to do. Those were all passed under the legal guidance of a variety of council attorneys, including Dan Sherman, Stephen Lucas, Ash Kulak. And I guess it feels like the current legal position you're taking is counter to the legal guidance that the council has been acting under for a decade. And so I'm not confident that it's correct. And so that's just, my question is, how are you reconciling that? And do you have anything else to say, I guess, in light of that?
Sure. I haven't gone back and looked at every one of those petitions, so I don't know whether those were cases where the property owner agreed to those things. I also don't know whether Dan Sherman and the other attorneys, certainly Dan Sherman, I don't know if the 2007 case that was the Misty Woods case was, no, he was still here in 2007. So, I don't know what they read. I don't know, whether they looked at the same cases I looked at. I don't know what homework they did. But I can tell you I'm confident in my legal opinion. And again, without looking back, my guess is the property owners might have agreed in order to, to get it through the process. But I can tell you that it's very clear from, the statutes and the case law that the General Assembly took away the authority from the local legislative body to do anything other than approve or reject at this stage of the process.
Okay, I have one more question. Is that okay, Council President?
Please continue.
So you mentioned the City of Crown Point versus Misty Woods Properties case, which I read in full, the opinion of the Court of Appeals. Thank you for referencing that in your memo. In that case, I read the sentence that you quoted, and in the subsequent discussion and analysis from the Court of Appeals, what they're talking about was an amendment to remove R2 zoning from a PUD. The council in that case did not like that the R2 zoning included duplexes. They wanted it to be R1 zoning. And what was happening at the time was that Misty Woods properties did not want to face rejection of the proposal. And so the council initiated a change to remove R2 zoning. Misty Woods did not object, and then the ordinance as amended was passed. The court says Misty Woods' failure to object cannot be considered mere silence, acquiescence, or inactivity because it engaged the council on the subject of amending the proposal to something more agreeable to the council. And so in other words, by not withdrawing the petition when it was changed by the council, the court is saying that is functional agreement. And so although the council did not have the statutory authority to amend the proposed ordinance to change zoning maps on its own, Misty Woods certainly had the power to amend or withdraw its own request. Let's see, Misty Woods effectively amended its petition by telling the council that R1 was acceptable and not withdrawing the petition, both by its statements and in its actions. The court then says the council, as the legislative body with ultimate authority to enact or reject a proposed ordinance, has the authority to act on this amended ordinance without sending it back to the Plan Commission, which has a merely advisory role in the rezoning process. We conclude, therefore, there can be no factual dispute as to whether the council had a rational basis for passing the ordinance as amended, and therefore the trial court erred in granting summary judgment to Misty Woods, denying summary judgment to the city. So my reading of that case is actually standing for the principle that is counter to the argument you're making. Or maybe it's consistent with it, and I'd like to clarify that. And the way it would be consistent with it is you've said a few times now, if the petitioner agrees to the change, then it's okay. And you're sort of, it feels to me like you're sort of suggesting that would be an agreement that, you know, the mayor and the petitioner here would come and say, yes, we want to do these reasonable conditions. But the court is saying, no, that's not exactly right. If we pass a reasonable condition, even if it's not something you prefer, because it's not something you brought, nevertheless, if we move forward and you find that acceptable, the alternative being to withdraw the petition, that is functional agreement and is acceptable under Indiana law.
I think we're on the same page. I think you and I are on the same page. I think in Misty Woods, they agreed. And I think they didn't object. And I've gone into the record and said, these are the ones we agree with, these are the ones we don't agree with. So essentially, those that I've put on, said the record should reflect, we think these are actual impermissible amendments to the PUD. Because they are to the ordinance, because they are, go ahead.
Well, they're only impermissible if you disagree. And if the council passes a reasonable condition, let's say 7, and you disagree, I suppose you could withdraw the petition. But if you agree to move forward after the council passes reasonable condition number 7, then you've agreed. That's what happened with the Misty Woods case. Misty Woods didn't voluntarily want to give up the R2 zoning. That was the proposal they developed. They wanted to have the R2 zoning, but when the council said, no, that's not good for us, you know, we're going to change it to R1 only, Misty Woods assented. So that was the agreement then after the council decided.
I think the record was different. I've read the brief that was filed. There's also, you can get the brief that was filed by Misty Woods' attorney, which the Court of Appeals pretty much adopted their record, you know, their findings of fact. I think it was a very different factual record than what is here. I think that that property owner was silent. We're not, you know, we didn't have this kind of presentation and this kind of conversation we're having. And so, you know, it might be helpful to read the, you know, and I can send you the link, but the brief that was written, again, we're operating under 608 section. And so it is the choices, the options, and this was emphasized in that brief. The options are reject or adopt. The General Assembly took away the option for council-initiated amendments. Now, again, this isn't unique to Bloomington. This is across the state of Indiana. And so, and it's a function of what the General Assembly decided to do. So your beef may be with the General Assembly, not me. But you know, I do think that in this case, we've reached agreement with, as Mayor Thompson said, we made many amendments prior to getting to this point. At the Plan Commission, there was, Councilmember Stossberg had asked for some changes. Those were made. We have modified this, and what is before you now was approved by the Redevelopment Commission. That is a body that voted on this. So I don't have the authority to change that. That RDC voted to forward this. And so, well, the RDC voted to forward it to the Plan Commission, and then the Plan Commission adopted and certified it. But the redevelopment, what you're seeing is what the Redevelopment Commission ultimately said go forward with. And so I think, Councilmember Flaherty, I think you and I are on the same page. I think that what may be missing is the level of detail that was had at the meeting. And that's not reflected in the Court of Appeals case. But there are some details in the brief that were insightful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask
If we passed reasonable condition 7, for instance, and the mayor did not withdraw, the RDC did not withdraw the petition, and we then passed the ordinance, do you agree that reasonable condition 7 would then apply?
So I'm looking at your question. So your hypothetical is you pass 7 and we don't withdraw the petition. I don't think so, because I'm on record tonight as saying we think that's an impermissible amendment. And I don't think the council has the ability to amend. Under state law, I think you would be violating home rule because you're doing something that the council doesn't have the authority to do. So I think factually we're different. I'm on record as saying these are the ones we think are consistent with the PUD, and the other ones we think are actually amendments. They're not reasonable conditions. They're amendments, which the council is not allowed to do.
Thanks for sharing that perspective. That's all I have.
Dana Kerr, I am Assistant City Attorney. And I just wanted to add that when the court said that when the county indicated that it would approve a zone change from A1 to R1 only, but not necessarily zone change from R1 and R2, Misty Woods effectively amended his petition by telling the council that R1 was acceptable both by its statements at the February meeting and its actions in not attending the March meeting. So there was a positive affirmation by Misty Woods that they would accept that amendment. Here, there is no positive affirmation that the RDC would accept any amendment. So therefore, there's not an ability during this meeting to make an amendment to the PUD in my legal opinion as well. Thank you.
Yes, who is the actual petitioner here? Isn't it the RDC? Because that's the owner of this property, is that correct? So,
for the people online, they're saying yes.
yes, there is a nod from our corporation counsel. So how can you, sorry, with all due respect, Corporation Counsel Rice, how can you speak for the RDC if they are not here to say, yes, we would agree to this condition, or no, we would not agree to it?
Right. So under state law, Corporation Counsel of a second-class city represents the city and all of the boards and commissions within the city. So I'm the legal representative for the Redevelopment Commission, and I provide the legal advice for the Redevelopment Commission. And this is, they have submitted and asked for this ordinance that the Plan Commission unanimously adopted and certified to be here before you. So I don't understand your concern. I mean, I am the Corporation Counsel, head of the law department, represent the RDC.
Yes, but they have not spoken about the reasonable conditions. They have not had an opportunity to say, yes, we would actually accept this reasonable condition.
legal has had conversations, so we believe that we're representing them and giving you advice that is consistent with what they want to move forward.
So you have spoken with them since Friday when these reasonable
We have
conditions
talked
were
with
published?
individual members of the Redevelopment Commission.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stossberg?
My name was invoked as part of that, so I would just like to clarify that there were no changes made by Councilmember Stossberg between the Plan Commission meeting and it coming to council. A reasonable condition from the Plan Commission number 11 said that the petitioner needed to work with me to clarify language and the number of incorrect citations, et cetera, that were in the original document from the Plan Commission. But there were no actual changes made, especially as there was just a whole legal debate over which one of these reasonable conditions actually constitute changes. And I was very specific and deliberate with the petitioner and the consultant who is unable to be here this evening to make sure that when we were looking at things, there were no actual changes made from what the impression was that the Plan Commission got. So I first want to say that. But secondly, I guess I'm just wondering, related to the conversation that we're on right now, Corporation Council Rice just said that, she's spoken with individual members of the RDC, but if we do say, as a body up here tonight, pass a reasonable condition that is one of those ones that she said would actually be an amendment, is it possible to bring that back to the RDC to ask them officially as a body if they would accept that as part of getting this passed?
Apologize, I will let Corporation Counsel Pat come back to that. I just wanted to make sure that it was understood that...
Are you answering my question right now?
I was answering the difference between the reasonable condition, which this council can impose without the RDC approving.
That's not what I'm asking about right now, though.
Okay, well, turn it back to the Corporation Council.
So I want to be clear about the process. So the reasonable conditions that have been proposed are not consistent with what we discussed with the Redevelopment Commission. So did I go over all 13 of these with the Redevelopment Commission members? No. Have we talked to the Redevelopment Commission members about this PUD and the petition that is before you? Yes. They voted on this before it went to the Plan Commission. A lawyer can look at the reasonable conditions and make a legal determination whether it's consistent with the ordinance as it was certified or it's not consistent. So what I'm giving you is my legal opinion based on state law and case law.
So if something that you consider to be an amendment is passed by this body, it needs to then, could it, in the possibility, go back to the Redevelopment Commission specifically and have them approve the PUD or whichever with that condition on it? It's like a process question.
Right. I think this is similar to my answer to Councilmember Flaherty's question. I think the council would be amending a PUD. In many cases, and we can get into these when we get into, if you want to go over them individually, or I can tell you now my analysis about each one, but you are allowed to operate within the confines of state law under home rule. You can do things, anything that you need to do in your area, in your local area, as long as it doesn't contradict or conflict with state law. When you contradict or conflict with state law, you're outside the boundaries of home rule. And I think if you amended the PUD tonight, which I think those 9 are amendments, I think you'd be operating outside the bounds of law, and I think that would be impermissible. So my answer is, I don't think procedurally that's not on the table today. Procedurally, amending, and I don't think those are reasonable conditions. I think they're amendments, which is not permissible. It's not within the authority of the local legislative body tonight to do that.
I would really like to actually get the question answered, though, because earlier it was like, well, if the petitioner agrees to something that could be considered an amendment, it's okay. So what I'm saying is, can we bring something specific to the RDC and say, will you agree with this amendment? And so what you're telling me is no, it seems, just a really long way to say no.
The RDC, because I said the RDC wanted what has been proposed and adopted by the Plan Commission to be here before you. They already made the decision that what they want is in front of you. It was, and at that Plan Commission stage, when it was adopted and approved, that's what the Redevelopment Commission wanted to be here.
And if there's a question between it passing or failing, depending on a reasonable condition, would the RDC rather have it fail, or would they rather consider an amendment?
And I'm telling you tonight that I think your option is to adopt or reject it. That is what I'm telling you tonight procedurally, where we're at, is to reject it or adopt it. Now,
or postpone it.
Anybody else on the city team?
Can't we postpone it to get an answer from the RDC about whether they would accept any certain amendment?
I think they've given the answer.
Okay.
I think the answer is clear, that what they want to be approved is in front of you. And the four reasonable conditions I've put into the record. I want the record to reflect that we think those are consistent with what the Plan Commission approved. And the other proposals, I'm going to call them because I don't think they're reasonable conditions, the other proposals go outside. They're going back to the pre-Plan Commission and amending what the Redevelopment Commission wanted approved.
Councilmember Rallo?
Oh, yeah. Corporation Counsel Rice, I had a question regarding, just to unpack, you said that you spoke to RDC members individually.
Not individually. Just to be clear, not individually about these 13, but we have talked about this PUD as it was going through the phase.
In a formal meeting?
They approved this in a formal meeting. They approved the proposal going forward in a formal meeting.
But you talked to them about these reasonable conditions?
Not individually, no.
Did you talk to them at all about these reasonable conditions?
No, because so the reasonable conditions,
Then how do you
I'm
know
giving you my legal.
Let me just finish. So how do you know that they would accept, you said 1, 2, 5, and 6, but not 3, 4, 7 through 13?
Because I'm giving you my legal analysis of what is a reasonable condition and what is an amendment. And so what they gave you a proposal, that's what they wanted. And my legal analysis is that there are 4 that are consistent with what the Redevelopment Commission voted on, and there are 9 that are inconsistent and would amount to an amendment. So 3,
I see, but they haven't consented. This is your interpretation of what their interpretation, or what their interpretation of these are. That's what you're maintaining.
They're not
Because
lawyers. They're petitioners, and they submitted the petition. And so I'm giving you a legal analysis. They wouldn't have a legal opinion on this. So I'm giving you my legal analysis about what is a reasonable condition and what is an amendment.
Okay, but we're invoking the RDC and the members and what they would accept or not, and you are interpreting what they would accept or not.
I'm telling you, no, I don't think that's correct. No, I don't think it's correct. I just want to be clear. What I think is going on is that the boards and commissions speak through their minutes of public meetings. That's how they act. So even if I had talked to individual members about these 13 conditions, it wouldn't matter unless they were in a public meeting as a body voting on it. Because boards, just like you have to be in a public meeting voting on something. One of you can't say what the Redevelopment Commission would or would not do. And so what the redevelopment commission already spoke. What they wanted to go to the plan commission and what they want you to approve is before you tonight. I'm here as a lawyer after reading the law and reading the case law and saying this procedurally, what are you allowed to do at this stage? Procedurally, you are allowed to adopt or reject. There's case law on it. Misty Woods is the best case on that.
Okay, so, but we can't say for certain whether they would accept 1, 2, 5, or 6. That's your interpretation. Because they haven't been consulted. But you said they were consulted.
I said that they were consulted. That's why I said when I came right back up here, it said, I want to be very clear about what I said, because I can see Isabel Piedmont Smith saying.
Specifically, what did you consult them about?
The PUD.
No, but none of these reasonable conditions.
That's what I said that.
Okay.
I said I did, because they spoke through their minutes of their meeting when they approved the PUD. Okay. Right? So they've already said on its face what they want you to approve, because you have an ordinance in front of you that has that in there. Now, it's in front of you for adoption or rejection. Right?
This is what you maintain, yes.
Let's, I want to hear, I see Councilmember Rosenbarger has, can I ask one clarifying question? What is the or else here? So what's the result? So let's say if council were to pass number 7, what happens thereafter? Are you saying that you will withdraw the petition and then we start from the beginning, or do you sue us? Like what happens?
Well, in a typical world, what would happen is, and I, of course, at that stage would have to have a meeting with the redevelopment commission, who is the petitioner, and they would have to have either an executive session or a public meeting. Mm-hmm. But I can tell you that if this were a private developer and you took action that was outside the bounds of law, they would file what's called a declaratory judgment with the circuit court and ask for your decision, which they would deem arbitrary and capricious, to be held impermissible under state law because it was outside the bounds of home rule.
Thank you. And then one follow-up, just building on many of the questions that were asked. Do you maintain that though things may not be reasonable conditions, that they can be accepted by agreement?
If the redevelopment commission, but again, I don't know that procedurally that would be. Yep. You have two options. Mm-hmm. Approve as certified. Yep. Or reject.
Yes. Thank you.
So as certified is as, look at the language and the exhibits that are in the ordinance. Yep. And approve that or reject that as certified before you.
Thank you so much.
So 7, just so
and we can talk about it.
Yeah,
more. I just wanted to make sure I understood the boundaries. We had Councilmember Rosenbarger had her hand up. Then we'll go back to Councilmember Flaherty, then Councilmember Piedmont Smith, then back to you, Councilmember Rallo.
Hi, thanks. My notes are like standard, a little scribbled. Okay, I want to back up a little bit, because when we think maybe we don't know how to do something, the first thing we do is consult the law, right? Okay, so Indiana law 36.7 for 1512, the power of a legislative body to adopt or amend an ordinance. When adopting or amending a PUD district ordinance, the legislative body of a unit may do the following. There are 3 things. We can do any of the 3 of them, and the first one is impose reasonable conditions on a proposed planned unit development. So when we're sitting here tonight saying the only thing we can do is approve or deny, that is not what state code says. So that we can talk about reasonable conditions, council can pass reasonable conditions, and the petitioner can agree on those reasonable conditions. Then if things are still a little murky, we're going to look at case law, okay? So like the case law to me says a reasonable condition was put out there to change zoning from a 2 to a 1, and the petitioner agreed, and the PUD was passed, okay? That's another way to do it. The third way, if you're still kind of murky, is to look at past practices. So as Councilmember Flaherty said, there were at least 6 different PUDs in the last decade where reasonable conditions were imposed, petitioner agreed to them, and the PUD was passed. Another thing to do is to consult outside counsel. I spoke for an hour with a former Class 2 city council attorney who said that a city council may impose reasonable conditions as they see fit, that anything can happen with a reasonable condition. I mean, we could say every lot needs to have chickens. Like, that's what a reasonable condition is. So I think what sounds confusing to me right now is that it sounds like if the petitioner is in favor of one of our reasonable conditions, they're calling it a reasonable condition, but if they are not in favor, they're calling it an amendment, which I think we all agree we cannot make amendments. But the thing is, a reasonable condition, according to history, according to 3674-1512 of Indiana Code, is open-ended. I think tonight, we do have other options. We could send it back to the RC. We can postpone until April 1st.
Yeah.
I think it would be really great if City Council also got some formal attorney eyes on this, because I don't think this is how it's done. I don't think this is what the law or case law or former practices are saying. Thanks.
If council members, I'm going to say I think there's a little bit of now, and I really appreciate all of the argument. I think they're very, very clear, but I think that we're building off of the same argument. And many of these will be covered in their specificity when we go over each of the reasonable conditions. So unless there's dissent, I would prefer that we move on to talking about each of the reasonable conditions. I think as Councilmember Flaherty, please.
Yeah, I had more questions for Councilor Rice. I don't need to ask those necessarily, but what it seems like is that we actually have, at least my opinion is, we have a dispute over the legality of the reasonable conditions. I would say that Corporation Counsel's remarks over the last 20 minutes are directly counter to every experience I've had with the PUD and working with 4 different council attorneys. It's also directly counter to past practice over the last decade at least, and directly counter to Corporation Counsel legal opinion in many prior PUD instances. So how we deal with that, because we have a Corporation Counsel representing the RDC, although the RDC hasn't actually taken a formal position on any of these reasonable conditions. So we have Corporation Counsel representing the RDC in that way, saying these aren't allowed. I disagree with that. How do we actually move productively forward on these tonight, since we have a legal dispute?
Please.
I just want to make a clarification that from my understanding in the past PUDs, there have been requested reasonable conditions that while they may not have met the mark for a reasonable condition, the petitioner agreed to them. So even if they were amendments, the petitioner agreed to them. That is how these significant things get amended. They can be drafted as reasonable conditions, but if they don't meet the mark of the law as a reasonable condition, the only way to get them in legally is to get the petitioner to agree to them. I want to back up to a 20,000-foot view as well. The combination of these reasonable conditions will create a financial situation where we will not be able to, they will contradict each other. So especially the affordability pieces will no longer be in play. And so if we were to agree to all of these, we would then be missing the mark on affordability. And so we then are in a catch-22. So even if we were to say, we will agree to 100% of these, we could not then build this out. So We're in we now, and that's the problem with amending it after it goes to Plan Commission, especially the sidewalk and lane changes, things like that. That's going to change the lot layout and the number of lots that we have, and thereby the affordability, and it will cost us design money, also impacting affordability.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. Okay, I'm gonna have us, unless there's a substantive question that's different than the questions that have been asked. Councilman Morello.
Well, I mean, what I want to say is that this is a dispute of what constitutes a reasonable condition. Correct? I want to set the context here for going forward on this. And I want to just say to the council that we have a 90-day period from the certification date, which is February 13th. So we have time in order to settle a dispute of interpreting our legal authority. I find that I disagree that most of these, it looks like all of them really, are within, which should be interpreted as reasonable. Why? Because they happen to follow our UDO. And so if we can't expect the UDO to be followed by the city that owns the property that's developing this project, it is precedent setting because it won't be reflected in, I think, a private developer coming forward and trying to follow our UDO. So I would just say that I think it's important. I think it's important enough that we consider postponing and consult a neutral arbiter, contract someone who can make a decision about our legal authority, settle this matter so that we can go forward, because we seem to be at a point of, can we even interpret, should we even go forward on these if we're being told that it's going to sink the project, right? So I would like to have everyone keep that in mind. Thanks.
All right. With that, let's move on to actually talking about these individually, because it will give an opportunity both for public comment and for a response directly on maybe what the effects of passing them are. So the first one that we have here is by Councilmember Stossberg around use tables. Go ahead.
Reasonable condition number 1.
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded.
So reasonable condition number 1, by the way, the synopsis, I combined my reasonable conditions 1 and 2, and when they got separated, the synopsis on 1 didn't quite get amended correctly, so just FYI, reasonable condition number 1 requires an updated allowed use table to reflect the stated project goals. I questioned that. I asked about that at the first reading, and I'm trying to find my tab that says where the use table is. And I am failing to find my thing. But specifically, it is being, this whole PUD is being targeted as a residential area, and the use table allows a bunch of things that are not residential to be put in. Art galleries, community centers, crops and pasturage, amenity centers, recreation, various commercial uses. And so just kind of looking at that a little bit closely. And that is something that, like, I mean, we mentioned earlier that condition that came from the Plan Commission had me clarifying this a little bit, and one of the things that got clarified was the actual use table that went in. And once the use table went in, it was like, oh my gosh, like, why are all of these uses allowed here in this 2-block area? And in the conversation with the petitioner, it was like, yeah, but we can't change that right now. To go to the point that I made earlier, we can't actually change the use table at this point. And so that's why I wanted that in as reasonable condition number 1. And furthermore, I think that there is a line in my reasonable condition that says as permitted under state law, because I think there's some group home stuff that, because some group homes include protected classes, that have to be allowed in any residential area. So that's why there's that line in the reasonable condition. If anybody has any questions, let me know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Stossberg. Any questions for Councilmember Stossberg? Seeing none, petitioner has already responded, I think, to this, but anything else you'd like to add to number 1? Thank you very much. We are clerkless, so give us a moment and we can continue. Okay, Councilmember Stossberg has introduced reasonable condition 1. I think we've already heard the response from the responder, so please. Public comment, thank you, I forgot. Went on long. Okay, anybody who would like to comment on reasonable condition 1, which is a proposed condition to update the allowed use table to reflect the stated project goals and a rational phasing plan? Is there anybody who'd like to make comment on that? No, not the phasing plan, I'm sorry. Anybody online?
No, there's not.
Okay, we'll come back to council. Will the clerk please call the roll on voting for, or I mean, do we need to now motion to adopt it? How does that work?
We just vote on it.
We vote on it.
I moved
Fantastic.
it already, so.
Good. You already moved. Good. Okay. So will the clerk please call the roll on reasonable condition 1?
Yes, Councilmember Ruff?
Yes.
Oop, wrong space. Rosenberger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Next motion, Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. I'm going to move reasonable condition number 2.
Second.
Go ahead.
So reasonable condition number 2 asks for a rational phasing plan. A rational phasing plan is one of those things that's required as part of a PUD process if there are phases. And the petitioner on page 84 of our packet today has a phasing plan that is literally just an image and doesn't really tell us anything. And so I'm requesting a rational phasing plan to be submitted to the final plan to include a short description of each phase and requiring that phase 1 includes the construction of the interior road, shared green space, pedestrian improvements, and utility infrastructure, including stormwater management facilities. There is also a sort of similar reasonable condition that came from the Plan Commission. I'm hoping that I can find that exactly right. That also asks for a phasing plan, but that one asks for a very specific phasing plan about the stormwater utilities and all of those kinds of details. So my reasonable condition, I think, is a little bit different in terms of it just being more of a general, like, how are you going to develop this? Because the image that's included is just it doesn't really tell us anything.
All right, thank you so much. Questions for Councilmember Stossberg? Okay, seeing none, petitioner response.
Yes, we agree to provide a phasing plan. The reason that there was no phasing plan included with this is because typically a neighborhood where you would require a phasing plan, you would have several segments of roads and then houses being built, et cetera, et cetera. All the roads are going in at the same time, which is usually the current concern of Plan Commission is when's the public infrastructure going to be built out and turned over. So that's all in a single phase. We're happy to write that down and approve it as a phasing plan.
Thank you so much. Is there any public comment on the phasing plan condition?
I just want to note that that's all written down in the Q&A that we provided for council as well.
Thank you.
Page 133.
Public comment? None. Anyone on the line wishing
No,
to make
there's
public
not.
comment? All right. Will the clerk please call the roll on reasonable condition 2?
Councilmember Rosenberger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Stossberg?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daley? Oh, sorry. Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Yep.
May I suggest that we consider the reasonable conditions 5 and 6, because those, we seem to be in agreement with the administration. And I'm considering offering a motion to postpone for clarification of the other reasonable conditions in terms of our legal authority.
So is the motion to combine 5 and 6?
Or hear them separately, but in that order, 5, 6, yeah.
Does anybody, you motion to introduce it? I'm happy to hear it. Please.
I think reasonable condition number 3, which was submitted by me, can be dispensed with very quickly without introducing it, but I would like to at least have the opportunity. The mayor made a very concerted effort to reach out to me and explain why this was unnecessary and redundant, and I agree with her persuasive points that she made to me, and I would like, just for the sake of having on the record and having the public understand why I'm not moving forward with this, if I would ask someone from the administration just say, just like explain to me, this isn't really needed. Is that okay?
Sure.
So that reasonable condition speaks to the ADUs being located on the same lot as an owner-occupied home. And because all of the ADUs in this neighborhood are on owner-occupied lots already, it's just sort of a redundant, it's already in there. I just wanted to clarify with Councilmember Ruff in a phone call that that was our intention, and that's how this is being created.
Thank you. All right, any motions?
Councilmember, President, sorry.
Oh, please, thank you. I didn't see your hand. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Maybe a point of information. I think, first, procedurally, I'm sympathetic to the idea of postponing on other reasonable conditions. I don't know how we can move forward on those in good faith when we have contradictory legal advice from what we've received as legal advice consistently over time. And so there's that. But with regard to hearing 5 and 6 tonight or not, I thought number 5 and number 4 are both involving permanent affordability and maybe have some conflict with one another. So I don't know if it makes sense to hear 5 tonight, even though the administration agrees with that one, if we aren't also going to hear number 4 tonight.
Yep.
Can I clarify? Is that,
yep.
Am I understanding it correctly that 4 and 5 actually are mutually exclusive, so to speak?
That's how I understood them myself. So, I mean, I think that's a fair point.
Okay. And at number 6, I'm the sponsor of. While we could hear it quickly now, I'm agnostic if we feel like we need to postpone on the others.
I'm here to hear motions. Councilmember Stossberg.
I think that it could be really instrumental to have a discussion about the affordability question right now, even if I don't know if we have to move a reasonable condition for that, and whether Councilmember Flaherty might want to do 6 first, and we consider the affordability angle, because at least from my perspective, that is a really big deal. And I also want to point out that there is kind of an updated reasonable condition number 4 that was in the packet addendum that went out today. And so I want to make sure that the public and council members realize that there is an updated reasonable condition number 4.
Absolutely. Happy to hear any motions, everyone. Whatever you'd like.
Condition number 6, then.
All right, motion and a second. Reasonable condition 6. Councilmember Flaherty?
Yep, okay. So reasonable condition number 6 says all buildings must use either electricity or on-site renewable energy sources for all significant energy needs, including for space heating, water heating, and cooking. The rationale is that this is consistent with what our climate action plan calls for. Specifically, action EB4-A-2 suggests that we should be using planned unit developments as an optional, development choice that a landowner can make to ensure opt-in building electrification, which is the only viable, scalable path for building decarbonization consistent with our net zero greenhouse gas emissions goal for community-wide emissions. So I'm happy to answer questions about that.
Questions for Councilmember Flaherty? Seeing none, petitioner response, any additional comment? Seeing none, public comment on condition number 6. Anyone online?
No, nobody online.
Oh, please, we have someone in council chambers. Thank you.
I would just like to make a note. Is it this one? Sorry. Sarah Wolford. I'm the Housing Solutions Director at Habitat for Humanity. And renewable energy is also something that we certainly consider. On some of the smaller units, there's not currently a mechanical closet, which I think can be taken care of with a tankless water heater, but there are a lot of issues with electric, entirely electric on-demand water heaters. So perhaps if we move forward with all electric, there could just be a note or make a provision on the plans for a mechanical closet.
Any other public comment? Anyone online?
No comment online.
Okay, excellent. So, will the clerk please call the roll on reasonable condition 6?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
Daley.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, that passes. Reasonable condition 6.
I move reasonable condition 5.
Go ahead. Oh, is there a second?
I second.
All right, motion and a second. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So this is actually in line with a resolution that I will be bringing forward later that directs the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department to develop a framework for long-term housing affordability, specifically in regard to home ownership. And it includes an expectation of guidelines set forth by the administration, which should include tools such as silent second mortgages and/or right of first refusal. And the administration will report the full and final affordability structure to the council prior to the first home sale. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Councilmember Zulik? Councilmember Strasburg.
I guess one of the things that I want to bring up here with regard to the affordability question at this stage. First of all, your reasonable condition specifically says the units designed as permanently affordable, which means only the 15% of units that is originally stated in the PUD language. Like just to be clear, that the UDO itself, under qualifying standards, requires 15% of total dwelling units to be permanently income limited in the original qualification. So those are the 15% that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
And that 15% are the only units that are going to be affordable, permanently affordable.
That is correct. And the strategies outlined in the synopsis would be how we keep it permanently affordable.
Okay. I also would like to point out that in that section, it says that they must be permanently income limited through a deed restriction unless the city otherwise adjusts or releases this requirement. So you're suggesting that we should adjust and release that requirement.
Sorry, can you?
This is in section 200204.0B 3 of the UDO. And just to make a note on this as well, that if the planning department had responded in a timely way to my original request regarding AMI adjustments, that there would be a PUD requirement insisting that 15% be not below 120% AMI, but below 90% AMI. And that's not what's in here because they got it under the old restrictions because there was a delay on the administrative side before we could actually put new AMI restrictions into place. But I mean, by saying they're going to do it with the silent second mortgage and those other things, we are then adjusting and releasing part of that requirement.
That's a comment. Any other questions for Councilmember Zulik? Response from the Office of the Mayor?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I didn't see. Go ahead.
I didn't understand what Councilmember Strasburg's point, which I understood her point. That's a good point. But how did that relate to this reasonable condition? Could she clarify that?
Thank you.
Because the reasonable condition says the units designated as permanently affordable. So I'm clarifying which units are being designated as permanently affordable. So it's this 15% of units that are permanently affordable under 120% of AMI, which is the previous requirement because of a delay on administration's behalf to respond to a resolution from council in a timely way. So in my mind, it's kind of reinforcing a few other things. Is that? So I was just clarifying that that's the 15% of units that, or that's those are the units that we're talking about in the reasonable condition.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. So I mentioned a moment ago, I guess my read of reasonable conditions 4 and 5 is that they are mutually exclusive or inconsistent with one another. So both could not pass. Is that your understanding as well, Councilmember Zulek, that if we pass reasonable condition 5, we cannot pass reasonable condition 4 because it would be in direct conflict with it?
I think that would be up to an attorney.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Okay, I could clarify on why I think they're contradictory if that's helpful, but I could also do that via comment. So that doesn't need to be now, I suppose. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenberger.
I can weigh in on that question since RC4, I helped draft it. Is that okay, or do you want me to wait?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think the way they read, they are different. RC5 talks about 15% being permanently affordable at 120% AMI with different types of tools, silent second mortgage, right of first refusal. RC4 talks about 50% permanently affordable, with 15% being at 90% AMI, which is the updated UDO PUD rule. So, and it talks about ground leases and deed restrictions or other shared equity models. So I do think they're different in terms of percentages of AMI and percentages of permanent affordability and mechanisms to get that done.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberger. Response. Thank you.
Thank you. Margie Rice, Corporation Counsel. I agree with Councilmember Flaherty that 4 and 5 are, they conflict with each other. And just for the record, I want to be sure that it's clear that that we believe reasonable condition 5 offered by Councilmember Zulik makes no change to the exhibits or modifies the PUD. It clarifies what is already existing in the PUD, which is that the administration will develop affordability guidelines and will report the full and final affordability structure to the council prior to the home sale. So I do agree with Councilmember Flaherty, and the petitioner supports or agrees with thinking it's a reasonable condition, number 5. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, what I was about to say just completely left my head, so.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, Councilmember, Okay, response, then Councilmember Strasburg.
I'm sorry, I know that Corporation Counsel already provided a response, but I just wanted to clarify that that my read of this reasonable condition, in order to qualify it as a reasonable condition, it is just a clarification. However, that is the minimum of affordability that we would be providing, is that 15%. And this particular reasonable condition provides some tools that are alternative to what is, what has conventionally been the deed restriction. Those deed restrictions in an ownership model prevent it from being marketable on a traditional mortgage, and so would really, they would prevent them from being sold.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Strasburg, then we'll go to public comment.
I have another question because part of my close reading of this in the last couple of weeks has been this understanding that we're actually making an exception to what our PUD requirements say in the UDO with using these tools for affordability. So my question is perhaps for Councilmember Zulik, because I have this question on the resolution that is later as well, or perhaps for the petitioner, is what kind of data or research have you done that shows that these methods actually work in real life in municipalities? And I appreciate that, I respect our department head for hand, but there is nothing in this packet that tells me or shows me, oh, this was done in this municipality and this is how it worked out. This works like this and this is how it works out. It just feels like word of mouth at this point. And so I would really appreciate having some actual data. So Councilmember Zulik, have you read anything? Is there a specific municipality that you can point to that uses these tools effectively?
I will let Director Killian Hansen answer that in general, but the majority of the work that I've done has been speaking with community members around Bloomington in different fields that tangentially relate to Hopewell and what building a house looks like. And so I have not done that research, but I've spoken to a lot of different community members, and that's how we've come up with some of these opportunities.
Thank you so much. Anna Killian Hansen, Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development. First of all, I would like to say that what we're considering right now is land use. It is not affordability. And the reason is because we cannot develop the affordability framework completely without knowing what's getting approved. Everybody's adding different conditions that increase costs. So how do you commit to affordability not knowing what the overall cost is? The RDC has not voted on the affordability mechanism yet. But one thing I want to draw attention to, thanks to our friends at the South Central Indiana Mortgage Brokers Association, they facilitated a meeting with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which I had last week. And they actually have a staff member that is dedicated to helping municipalities facilitate some of these alternative methods of affordability. And they have offered to vet and work with us to make sure that any structure that we put in place is pre-certified and complies with Fannie and Freddie secondary mortgage market approvals. So that is something that's going to continue to be ongoing. Is it ready tonight? No, we don't know what the final cost is. I am curious if anybody took a look at my memo in the packet, which addresses many of these things. If we're talking about 50% of the units being affordable, in fact, if you look at what we're providing, we have more than 50% that are below 120% AMI. So we are agreeing to comply with what the UDO says, which is it was 15% at 120% AMI. It is not some sneaky way to manipulate or get around what you guys have put in place subsequent to that. But we are agreeing to comply with what the UDO said.
Thank you, Director. Okay. Please, Councilmember Pima-Smith.
I think the sticking point is the permanent affordability, in that per the UDO, a proposed PUD zoning district that is relying on affordable housing as meeting the requirements has to income restrict at least 10% more of the dwelling units at or below the income levels required to earn a Tier 1 or Tier 2 incentive. So that would be 15% plus 10%, that'd be 25% permanently affordable. Or the income restricting the same number of dwelling units, so 15%, but limiting incomes to at least 10% lower AMI. So that would be 15% of units at 110% AMI. These are for the permanently affordable units. I think that's the sticking point.
The ordinance actually says 15% at 100% AMI.
Thank you. Right. With that, we'll move to public comment. Any public comment on, I've lost my place. Any public comment on condition 5? This is on permanent affordability, please.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Langley. I am the branch manager for Ruoff Mortgage here in Bloomington, as well as a former county council elected official, having some flashbacks of some late night budget discussions with Mr. McKim back here. So I'm here to speak specifically about the impact that deed restrictions can have on financing options for local home buyers, something that we know a great deal about. To be clear, I understand and appreciate the goal behind the affordability measures. We all want more families in this community to have access to home ownership. But some of the deed restriction structures being discussed or implemented can create unintended consequences in our mortgage market. Most single-family mortgage loans today are ultimately sold to Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, as already mentioned. Those agencies do not prohibit affordable housing programs outright. The issue is when deed restrictions go so far that they limit the resale, they cap appreciation, or permanently restrict the future buyer pool based on their income. At that point, the property becomes a less marketable as collateral. From a lending standpoint, the question becomes very simple. If a borrower defaults, can that home be sold on the open market at market value? If the answer is no, many lenders will not make that loan in the first place because the risk is too high and the loan may not meet the secondary market conditions. That means for fewer financing options for buyers, less competition among lenders, and in many cases, higher borrowing costs or denied loan access altogether. And the people most affected are often the very people these policies are intended to help. Single-family and multifamily housing also do not function the same way in the financing world. Treating them the same way may work in policy language, but not in the secondary market. Permanent AMI-based restrictions on single-family homes are especially difficult because they shrink the future buyer pool and reduce marketability. There's also a larger issue. Homeownership remains one of the main ways families build equity and long-term wealth. HUD has called homeownership a pillar of wealth building. And census data continues to show that major wealth gap between those that own and those that rent. When we permanently limit resale value of appreciation, we work against one of the most important benefits of owning the home. So my request would be that we would work with local lenders like us and gather more of our input before finalizing that policy. If a buyer cannot finance the home is not truly affordable. It is simply unavailable. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, my name is Ryan Still. I work with Summit Hill Community Development Corporation. We have a land trust in town, and we utilize a few of these different restrictions you guys are talking about. My only encouragement here would be to not limit the restriction to a specific one. Different styles work better with different groups of people and with different markets, right? To go with a blanket deed restriction might limit the amount of lenders you have, but if you leave it open, then you can discuss with local lenders what they might specifically want or might work for the area.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Wolford. I'm with Habitat for Humanity. I'm the Housing Solutions Director. And I just wanted to make a note that Habitat for Humanity of Monroe County used to use deed restrictions until we realized that this placed a burden on the families that we served. So in my time at Habitat for Humanity, we switched to primarily using silent second mortgages and first right of refusals. And so when Strasburg asked about communities where these things have been utilized, I just wanted to draw attention that they are being utilized effectively in our community right now. And the last 40 houses that I've worked on with Habitat for Humanity have all utilized these other kind of alternative rather than deed restrictions. The other thing I wanted to highlight is first right of refusal makes it sound as if these things can only be utilized once for the first occupant, but if the city chooses to purchase that home back, it then is a restriction that again goes on to that home. So as long as the city continues to choose to purchase the home back, that is something that will not just work for the first occupant of the home, but something that is continuously utilized. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next commenter.
Hi, Paul Rousseau again. In response to a written question by Councilmember Flaherty about affordable housing, the Planning Department responded as follows in your packet. The language in the incentives section of the UDO states that housing units must be income restricted permanently unless the requirement is otherwise adjusted or forfeited by the city. With this PUD, we are building an adjustment to the length of time for the affordability period for single-family residents. The language in the UDO allows for an adjustment to the length of time for that affordability, end quote. It seems to me that what this is saying is that the new housing will not be permanently affordable. And I'm just wondering if people are so interested in this because they see it as a plum investment opportunity, because they're going to be buying below market and then it's going to appreciate and then they're going to be able to sell it at market rate. I would say it doesn't have to be this way. The city owns the land. How often does that happen? We have a golden opportunity, it seems to me, to maintain public ownership and thereby shield at least some of our housing from the speculative ravages of the capitalist marketplace. So I strongly suspect that there are skilled employees with hand and the Bloomington Housing Authority who would be able to manage such an undertaking. I'm also recalling that if you get your mortgage calculator out and if you have a 30-year mortgage at 5% interest, over the life of the loan, you're going to be paying 53% of your payments are going to interest. If you have a 1% mortgage, it's nonprofit, it'll be 14%. So think about where our wealth is going in this community. We own the land here. It's a golden opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter in the room.
Thank you again, Mr. President. This is Chris Rimji from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I just want to point out that I appreciate the first three speakers tonight working within mortgages, working within affordability, that provided me some input, some information on knowledge that I don't know. Sometimes we forget that we should know what we don't know. I think Ms. Walford's comments from Habitat seem to support Councilmember Zulig's amendment. So it's important that we're listening to these comments on people who know what they're talking about, who are dealing with clients and mortgages every day. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next commenter.
Hi, I'm Blake Music, president at Rob Mortgage. I work with Ryan. I came here to kind of maybe echo what he was trying to say, but I've learned some things this afternoon that I think are more easily addressed that could solve the overarching issues here in the city and surrounding county that I think we're trying to solve a problem by trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist that's caused by something that's a much larger scale of a problem. I learned about this this afternoon at a dinner that the city of Bloomington has a moratorium on subdivision, and really what it comes down to at a macro level is that there's just a supply issue, which then causes affordability problems. When with our company, we're all over the state, we're all over Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, and where we find the greatest affordability issues are where there's the largest amount of restrictive policy put in place by local government. And then it turns into, how do we manufacture a solution for a problem that's created by other policy? And so I feel like we all end up kind of chasing our tail by ignoring the initial, snowball starting to roll down the hill that ends up where we are today. So I think that is something obviously outside the scope of this discussion, but I think that it is something very worth considering, where rather than putting these really complex restrictive things in place, we could look at the root cause of the issue. Like I learned also today that Beazer Homes, who builds generally affordable homes, has left town just because they were tired and abandoned the final phase of a development they were doing because they were just tired of the red tape and the fights they got into with the city. So I don't have a solution to suggest per se for those things, but I think that looking at the root cause of the problem that we're trying to solve is probably a more effective and long-term solution than inventing inventing solutions to something that are largely not related to the problem, the cause of the problem. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. Next commenter. Is there anybody online while the comment is coming?
There's no comments online.
Okay, if you do want to comment online, there's a raise the hand function. Please.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Comforti, and I am a longtime resident of the McDowell Gardens neighborhood. I want to thank the council and the administration for all the work they've put into the PUD that we have today. And I'd also like to thank the council and the administration for engaging so much with the community on this project more generally. I've been meeting with a group of residents in McDowell Gardens about the Hopewell South development, and I wanted to relay what we've been talking about because it may be of interest to the council and to the administration. I met with a group of about 10 residents, long-term residents mostly, of McDowell Gardens last week, and we reviewed the most recent plans published about the Hopewell South development. We also reviewed the catalog of pre-approved designs supplied by what was Flintlock Lab and is now called something else. And one thing that we were excited about in McDowell Gardens was the low-rise apartment building pre-approved design called the Faulkner. It is a 12-unit. Each one of them is a one-bedroom. And it is a 12-unit low-rise apartment building. And when we were looking at the plan, it appeared that there were 2 lots, or that there was an allocation that there would be 2 of these. Now, I'm not sure to what degree that is final. They're on First Street. And we, the residents, the 10 of us, all were kind of talking this over, and we thought that more of that would be a good thing. Now, how does this relate to permanent affordability? Part of it has to do with density, and I encourage the council and the administration to consider what it would mean to add just another apartment or 2 like that. That would help a lot of people move into that area who otherwise may not be able to. And then as it relates to permanent affordability, that was the other center of the conversation I had with residents, where our primary concern was not with regulation, but with no regulation, was with speculation. And right now, there is not a lot of regulation on the real estate market. And so what we were in favor of, what we as residents are in favor of, was regulating actually more, so that there would be more opportunity for permanent affordability. So I was glad to see that introduced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anyone online?
No comments online.
Okay, thank you very much. Coming back to council. Any other comments? All right, we'll put this to Councilmember Stossberg.
I just want to say that I'm not supportive of this reasonable condition. I mean, partly because, I'm co-sponsoring the updated reasonable condition number 4, and these two are not really aligned with each other. But also, I really appreciate the folks who commented and said, like, yeah, we do have experience with this, but that's the kind of like neutral sort of documentation that should be in our packet, honestly. Like, we shouldn't have to rely on, hopefully, somebody from the public comes who's actually used this, and we should be able to see that data, and we haven't actually seen that data. And I appreciate that the director of HAND put in a memo that it's true, but there was also no reference to where she got her information that I saw. So I want a little bit more information about that before putting that in. But secondly, I think that only having 15% of permanently affordable units is not enough. And it actually does say in our UDO in section, 2006070-4E, that PUDs also have to meet additional requirements. And the claim here is that they're meeting the additional requirement of income restricting at least 10% more of the dwelling units at or below income levels, or restricting the same number of dwelling units required to earn the tier 1 or tier 2, but limiting incomes further down. So either more units or lower incomes. And I appreciate that they're saying, in this, that like 50% of units are kind of going to be naturally affordable, right? Because they're small. And so they're going like, well, we meet that, right? But these should be permanently affordable units. That extra 10% should be permanently affordable. And this reasonable condition says, nope, that's okay, just the 15% being permanently affordable. And we can just kind of like waive and adjust that requirement for these other units. They don't need to be permanently affordable. And that is something that reasonable condition 4 does ensure, that it's not just the first 15, but it's also the extra, which once again are required as part of like an additional sort of PUD hoop to jump through. And that's where, comes into play this whole, are we talking about land use or are we talking about affordability? But when we are up here deciding whether or not to approve a PUD, a very special request for land use, our UDO tells us to consider affordability. Therefore, it is our job to consider affordability, not just land use. And so that is what I contend, and that is why I'm going to support reasonable condition number 4 and not reasonable condition number 5. And I also want to note that, in the updated reasonable condition number 4, there is, an addendum added about, like, it doesn't just have to be deed restrictions, it doesn't just have to be the land leases, but that there can be other things that you just have to bring back to council, basically, and say, like, here's the proof of how it works, this is how we're actually going to do it. And I don't feel good about approving the concept of a plan right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. First of all, just thank you to Councilmember Zulik for bringing this reasonable condition. I think aspects of it, well, yeah, let me speak to, I guess, first just affirming that I agree with Councilmember Stossberg that affordability is absolutely part of the PUD process. It's in the UDO as part of the process. And in particular, we actually are being asked to deviate from what the UDO says. So just without question, factually, this is part of our decision making, and wanted to clarify any ambiguity on that. We're not only considering land use. But substantively, I appreciate what Councilmember Zulik's reasonable condition is getting at. I think I am open to flexibility on permanent affordability and exactly how we achieve that. I think I take very seriously the concerns we've heard and the experiences we've heard from folks. I also know there's lots of cities across the country that have longer running experience with permanent affordability in ownership models than we do, and that there's a variety of mechanisms to accomplish it, and that we could probably learn from them as well, because this can be done successfully. I don't doubt that, because lots of places are doing it. The question is, what's the best mechanism? I am uncomfortable with the fact that we don't know what the mechanism is going to be. I know we're not discussing reasonable condition 4 right now, but I think that reasonable condition does preserve flexibility as well. But unlike this reasonable condition, would just sort of leave it to the administration to report to us later. I think reasonable condition 4, by contrast, would actually, it names 2 mechanisms, and if a third flexible option is proposed, it would just require approval by the council, which I think is reasonable since we don't know what the mechanism is yet. I also do want to talk briefly about the fact that what's proposed as permanently affordable is deviates from what the UDO requires, because the UDO requires matching the incentives level, 15%, and then doing more, either 10% more permanently affordable or reducing the AMI level. Mr. Rousseau mentioned this in his comments. It's on page 122 and 123 of the packet for anybody who wants to look. I asked a question to clarify, and the administration said, well, look, we can adjust those PUD requirements from the UDO if forfeited by the city, in this case, specifically the city council, because we're the approval entity. And they said within this PUD, we're building in an adjustment to the length of time for the affordability period for single family residences, specifically to one-time affordability. And the quote, the language in the UDO allows for an adjustment to the length of time for that affordability. And I think the argument being made is that if we approve the PUD, we have agreed. We have agreed to that adjustment that brings it to below the levels required by the UDO normally. And I just realized how great of an irony that is, that we may not like doing less permanently affordable, but if we pass the ordinance, we've agreed to it. And that there's echoes of that in reasonable conditions. And that if a petitioner doesn't withdraw the petition and a council passes reasonable conditions, then they have agreed to them when we pass the ordinance. Again, that's the legal interpretation and guidance we've had and used for the better part of a decade without incident. So just recognizing that. And I think because the conflict between reasonable condition 5 and 4, I'm not able to support 5. But again, I do appreciate the sentiment and what's trying to be accomplished. And I think reasonable condition 4 does also preserve flexibility in a way that is broadly consistent with the aims, at least in my opinion, with the aims that reasonable condition 5 has. So thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. With that then, will the clerk please call the roll on reasonable condition 5?
Yes, Councilmember Stossberg?
No.
Piedmont Smith?
No.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Rallo?
No.
Ruff?
No.
Rosenbarger?
No.
Flaherty?
No.
That motion fails. 6-3. Thank you. 3-6, sorry.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I would like to move that we postpone consideration of ordinance 2026-06 until our April 1st meeting.
Second.
Okay,
For the reason that,
well, yeah, keep going. There's a motion in a second. Now discussion.
well, just to explain, because it seems to me that proceeding on reasonable conditions 3, 4, 7 through 13 is, and of the opinion of corporate counsel, tantamount to rejection of the petition. And so we have conflicting legal judgment from the sponsors of the reasonable conditions. And I think that we need resolution of that before we can proceed in consideration, because I want to listen to them and make a decision based upon the merits and not on whether it disqualifies the entire petition going forward. So that's my reason.
Thank you, Councilmember Rallo. Other discussion? Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you. Earlier today, I heard someone say that we've been discussing Hopewell since 2017. So on January 1st of 2017, I was 14 years old. Since then, I turned 16, I graduated high school, I turned 18, I graduated college, I turned 21, I ran for office and won. Almost 10 years later, I'm 23, I'm this council's vice president, and our city still has a housing crisis. Out of the 9 of us up here, I am the only one who does not own property. All of my 8 colleagues do, and my generation has no hope of following in their footsteps if we continue to let perfect prevent good. So the people of this city deserve results, and that is why I will be voting against postponement.
Thank you, Councilmember Zulik. Councilmember Stassberg.
I'm in favor of postponing right now, and I just want to say something about the philosophical approach to this, and I appreciate what Councilmember Zulik just said, and I appreciate that we're in a housing crisis, and I appreciate that we've been talking about this too long. What I disagree with is that I don't think that it's better to do something than, I mean, it's not better if it's not good. It is not better if it's not good. And I am not convinced that it's good enough yet. I'm very concerned about this affordability issue, okay? And one of the philosophical, and I really don't appreciate the little comments that are coming from the corner right now either. I think it shows a lack of respect, okay? But I think that it also shows a real difference in philosophy around affordability that I have with this petition, okay? During the presentation last week, within this packet, there's this real emphasis on building equity, about not wanting to limit the amount of equity that individual home buyers can earn when they purchase one of these properties. So that 50% that they're saying is like affordable the first time, but might not be affordable the second time, well, that is okay, seemingly, based on the petition and based on the presentations that I've heard, because those people that purchase those properties are gonna have built equity and built wealth, and now they're going to be at an upper echelon of economy, and they deserve that. And I'm not saying that they deserve that, but I am saying that it should not be city government's use of resources to make sure that a few people get to gain lots of equity in a home that they bought cheaply. I think that it should be our responsibility to ensure that there is as much affordability as possible for as many people as possible, and we should not be in the business as a city of trying to make sure that somebody goes, 5 paces up the economic scale. Instead, we should really be trying to make sure everybody can at least get 1 or 2 up, right? Or as many people as possible can get their needs met. And that's why I think that we need greater permanent affordability right now in Hopewell, and that's what this delay is about right now. It is about whether or not this property that the city owns is going to have houses on it that are going to be permanently affordable into the future for generations of Bloomington residents, not just a few who happen to buy right now. And so that is why I am supportive of this delay, so that we can straighten this out and figure out how we can get the most permanent affordability, the most affordability for the greatest number of Bloomington residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stossberg. Clerk Bolden.
Just to clarify, Councilmember Rollo, can you repeat your motion for me really quickly?
Sure. I move to postpone consideration of ordinance 2026-06 until April 1st, regular session.
Thank you.
Any further comment, Clerk Bolden? Or was it just a repetition, or was there?
I just wanted to clarify, I misheard his motion, so I thought he was saying till April 6th, and that threw me a bit.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I support the motion to postpone because we can't move forward in a productive way on the remaining reasonable conditions when we have new legal guidance from Corporation Counsel that contradicts the legal guidance we've been following for a decade. And I guess I'd just like to clarify now if we'll have a decision to make if we have contradictory legal guidance and how we want to handle that. But I just want to be clear, I can't support this PUD as it stands right now because it has substandard transportation infrastructure, in particular for pedestrians, in a way that I'm very confident we would not accept from another petitioner. It doesn't meet the sustainability incentives section of the UDO, which I believe is needed and actually saves money long-term. Yes, incremental upfront cost increases, saving substantially on utility bills over time for generations. And it does not meet UDO requirements on permanent affordability. And to be clear, yes, since 2017, it's now 2026, the council taking some of its 90-day window to make sure we get this right within the purview of our authority is not the cause of delay. And we shouldn't let anyone think that it is. I know the mayor's press release a few weeks ago tried to pin a 2-week delay, on the council as a source of housing affordability problems. I think that was in poor form because it's just not accurate. I just wanted to clarify that we really do need to resolve this reasonable conditions issue, and that without the ability to consider them in the same way we always have, I will not be supporting the PUD. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Flaherty. Councilmember Daly.
I'm not known for making long speeches up here, and I'm not going to break that expectation tonight. I'm not in favor of postponing tonight for many of the reasons that Councilmember Zulik said, but also just the longer we delay, the more issues we find, the more we nitpick and try to get to perfect. And I agree this is a really big opportunity and we want to get it right. But I also agree that the longer we delay, the more problematic it's probably going to be for all of us in the long run, and the more expensive the project is going to be, which is going to create even more debate and greater hardship on the affordability issue. So those are my thoughts and why I do not think we should delay.
Councilmember Daly. Councilmember Rollo.
Yeah, just to say that I want to focus on points of agreement. I think that there are some some wonderful things about this petition. I'm disappointed that, and I agree with my colleagues, that these reasonable conditions have been something that we have done in the past, and I think that this is somewhat precedent-setting if we surrender that. Unfortunately, it comes at a time when we don't have a council attorney to refer to, so we have to get outside counsel, I'm hoping. But I agree with the mayor that I want affordability for as many residents as possible, but that means temporarily, right? If we can maintain permanent affordability, then we're going to maximize the number of people that can live in an affordable dwelling, and other communities have done it. But we've waited for this for over 2 years. And so these arguments that council is the one that's holding it up and that we need to move on this, I'm baffled by it. The council is not responsible for that. The council's only had this for a couple of weeks. So, maybe this is meant to, as a means of some kind of coercion to move quickly. But I think that we have waited for this, and therefore it's important, and therefore we should be careful, because this is something. And by the way, if we can't live up to the spirit of the UDO, then how can we possibly expect private developers to do it if we don't set the example? We own that property. We should be able to offer it, it seems to me. And so I'm interested in the arguments of these reasonable conditions, and I'm looking forward to hearing them, hopefully. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes. First of all, I want to go back to the common ground that I think all of us share. We want to use this city land to benefit the community to the greatest extent possible. This is a very unusual situation. The city owns the land. We don't have any bonds to pay back. We own it outright. And given that, we just have some different opinions on what is the best community use that we can get here. I think we can get more permanently affordable units here. And I know that the mayor, I've spoken with her, said that the 15% is a minimum and that they would really like to get more, 30% or so, permanently affordable. And that's wonderful, and I hope that that succeeds. But if it's not in the PUD, then there's no legal commitment. Now, this idea that this has been talked to death since 2017 is a bit exaggerated. The city didn't even own the property until 2018. The hospital was still there until the end of 2021. Demolition took a whole year. I mean, let's not exaggerate here. And yes, I agree, we were involved early in the process since last fall, since Flintlock was hired and did a study and all this. But at that time, we had no reason to believe that our transportation plan would not be followed, that our permanent affordability requirements in the UDO for PUDs would not be met, and that our decades-long practice of adding reasonable conditions to PUD approvals would be considered illegal. So don't put this on us. With all due respect, we are asserting our prerogative and our legal right to try to make this project even better. So I am opposed to voting on this tonight. I don't feel comfortable doing that because of the legal questions that have been raised. I would eventually like to vote on this, but I think we need more time. I mean, vote for this, but I think we need more time. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Thank you. I want to try to touch on a couple points that other council members have not yet. And I think it is mostly about reasonable condition 4. I mean, I support postponing this right now. I would like to say a lot of council members tonight in their closing remarks have talked about needing more permanent affordability in this PUD, and that the UDO does require either 15% plus an extra 10 permanently affordable, or lowering the AMI 10% on that 15%. Many folks, I think, said they don't want to deviate from that part of the UDO. I really appreciate the administration saying that they plan to make more affordable, permanently affordable in this PUD. But I would agree with Councilmember Piedmont Smith that then we need it to be part of this PUD. And I think that this postponement for me is to figure out the legality of reasonable conditions. So I think in this week, we need to hire an attorney that works in local government and regulatory law to take a look at this for us. I also, though, think this gives us an opportunity to, I don't know, potentially work with the administration on reasonable condition number 4. I think, you know, I was the scribe for that, but there were 6 council members who weighed in on it and edited and made changes and suggestions. So I think it's very real that we want a written commitment to more permanent affordability, and I think that would just go a long way. I emailed this reasonable condition individually to everyone in an email, and whoever responded to me, I responded back, and that is, just so you know, that's how it got done, individual conversations with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll just make one brief one here that I thank you all for your work and patience, and you all know sort of the place from which my sort of starting point in all of this is that I am fully convinced that we are all trying to do what's best for the city, or at least as we are persuaded. I'm a little concerned that we're not. I think that some of our conversations today have not been tied to the appropriate antithesis. Namely, I think that if the question on the table was whether we pass certain reasonable conditions, whether the petitioner would withdraw, I don't know if that changes, for example, how we would judge each of these petitions. So what I'm saying is, we're having a conversation right now about whether or not we can pass reasonable conditions. But had the conversation been simply that, hey, if you do reasonable condition 4, we're stopping it, would we have all said, well, stop it then? Or would we have had a different, more productive conversation? And so I'm just a little concerned that, and the reason why I don't want to postpone is because I don't think yet in this motion to postpone that we've heard from the petitioner about, what the implications of postponement may be. I don't think that that we've discussed things in the way that would allow us to weigh things equally. So I think that at the moment we're basically just having somewhat of a theoretical conversation about things that we value, and I think that that's really important. I do think that all of those values matter a lot, but I also think that we're talking about a block within a larger unit as a sort of model for us to do other things, and so I don't know if we came up, I think, outside of Councilmember Flaherty's comment with a clear, without this I cannot support type of statement, and so I wonder if we could not postpone so that we could have a little bit of that conversation. Also note that we haven't had public comment after making people sit until 10, which is also not our precedent. The last thing that I'll say is, I do think that this question of whether or not we can do reasonable conditions shows very clearly why we need our own lawyer, but also. Again, sort of like what we're attaching onto, there is this conversation about, well, there are certain things that whether or not they be reasonable, whether or not be the appropriate conditions, or they could be agreements. But again, we didn't give space to have that conversation necessarily, and I think that that's also a little bit concerning. So, I mean, my first point, please, let's not postpone. But I guess my second gives some evidence for maybe why we should. But alas, that is my best hopes at trying to convince us otherwise. Okay, with no more time for comments, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to postpone until April 1st?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Zulik.
No.
Asari.
No.
Daly.
No.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
And Stossberg.
Yes.
All right, that motion carries 6-3. That'll be postponed until April 1st, which is our next meeting next Wednesday. All right, moving on. Are there any motions?
I move that Resolution 2026-05 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Zulik.
Yes.
Asari.
No.
Daly.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Rosenbarger. Oh, okay. Flaherty.
Yes.
Stossberg.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
sorry. That motion carries. That was I was supposed to say.
No, it's fine. I move that.
7-1.
Yeah, sorry. I move that resolution 2026-05 be adopted.
Second.
Sorry, there's a motion and a second. It's that's
No.
yeah. Go ahead,
Not to be-
Councilmember Flaherty. Sorry.
Not to be adopted, to be read by title and synopsis.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. This was my fault. I was distracted. There was a motion and a second. It passed 7-1. Clerk, will you please read by title and synopsis?
Okay. Resolution 2026-05, a resolution to initiate a proposal to amend Title 20 in the Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code in order to improve sustainability and housing affordability. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution, sponsored by Councilmember Flaherty, directs the Plan Commission to prepare amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance regarding 1, a reduction of minimum lot widths, lot areas, and building setback requirements to better align with Bloomington's historic form and character, and 2, sustainability incentives and plan unit development requirements for building electrification, and 3, the elimination of minimum parking requirements to facilitate housing development and reduce housing costs. That is all.
Thank you.
Now I move that resolution 2026-05 be adopted. Second.
All right, Councilmember Flaherty, take it away.
Thank you. I recognize it is 10:10. I wanted to, so we've introduced the resolution, which is great. And I guess I would be interested in what my colleagues think. Maybe their votes to introduce were a signal that they want to move forward. But I guess if folks felt otherwise and actually wanted to postpone on this to a future meeting, I'm supportive of that. So I didn't want to rush into it headlong. So actually, if it's not out of order, President, sorry, does it make sense to actually ask folks that question, or do you want me to just present? I can do that too.
That's a perfect question. Colleagues, are you okay? How about if you wanted to make a motion, I suppose then it could be a question. Does anybody want to make a motion so that we can discuss this question?
I move to postpone, but I don't have the number, the ordinance, the resolution being discussed.
2026-05.
2026-05.
I think we need to postpone to a date, yes?
To April 1st.
I would move to postpone to April 1st, resolution 2026-05.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please, Councilmember Stossberg.
Why exactly would we postpone? I'm confused.
It's late.
We voted to move it forward, to introduce it.
I'm okay with just going forward with the presentation. I don't feel like I need to postpone it on this right now. Thanks.
Okay. Any others? Councilmember Zulik?
I'm also okay with postponement. I don't think that we need to introduce resolution 2026-06 either. I think that both of these were intended to come after we vote on Hopewell. So that would be my reasoning for postponing both of them, but open to either, pretty neutral.
I'm agnostic. Councilmember Flaherty.
I'd also be happy to present, and at any point we could choose to postpone to a second reading if we basically just feel like people need. I've had at least one colleague tell me that their time was primarily taken up by preparation for the Hopewell PUD, the previous ordinance, and would perhaps like more time on the resolution. I do think it stands alone. While it made sense to come at the same time as and in conjunction with the Hopewell South PUD, in my opinion, for reasons I can share, it does stand alone, and we could at least have the presentation, but then maybe postpone. I think I'm anticipating we ultimately will need to postpone because I don't know if everybody will be ready for final action.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Flaherty. We're just trying to fix the screens again. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have my hand up.
Okay, yeah, thank you, because I actually could not see you, so thank you for saying that.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I would say, I think I agree with Councilmember Zulik. I anticipated them all getting discussed together. I also think, is it possible to do presentation and then postpone?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have
Would
to
that-
withdraw, we'd have to
Would that be
withdraw
a
the
different motion?
Yeah, we'd have to
You'd
withdraw,
need to
just
withdraw.
withdraw the motion and then we can, yeah. So, now we
I
can
would like
see
to
you.
withdraw my motion.
Okay, the motion's been withdrawn. Okay, unless there's other motions, Councilmember Flaherty, take it away.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. So there is a presentation for this, which maybe staff that are supporting the Zoom portion can share. It's also in the packet yeah, I'll get into that momentarily. While I corrected the ordinance number on the title slide of the presentation, I did not correct it on subsequent slides, so forgive the typo. I guess high level, I just want, beyond the synopsis that the clerk read, I wanted to share the high level context before getting into the presentation itself. So first, just a logistical note, this is 98% consistent with the resolution, the resolution 2025-05 that I had developed previously. That was developed actually starting way back in 2023 with Director Robinson at the time, and then in conjunction with Director Hiddle throughout 2024 in a series of meetings about all of the substantive things in this resolution. As you'll no doubt note, they are also mirrored, all of them, I believe, in more or less, except for the sustainability piece, in the Hopewell PUD. And so that's why I thought it was a good time to talk about it, because maybe we were in a new place with respect to recognizing that these are important solutions to advance housing attainability, affordability, and availability in Bloomington. I think there was a quote actually from Director Killian Hansen in the Hopewell PUD materials that said, this model creates affordability through design, not only regulation. The goal is not to ration affordability, it's to produce it. And I think that's actually, it's really well put. I think with respect to this resolution, that's the goal. These are systems level changes that are relatively minor and incremental, and they are aimed at providing systems level solutions because they would apply throughout residential Bloomington. So with that, just a summary at the high level, next slide. Just to remind on process here, this resolution would initiate a 90-day process for the Plan Commission with planning and transportation staff support, no doubt, and maybe other staff support to recommend amendments to the UDO. So this resolution does not itself create policy change. It directs a process to propose policy changes that this council would ultimately consider and vote on based on the recommendation of the Plan Commission. So again, as was covered in the synopsis, this involves basically some shifts to minimum lot areas and lot widths, as well as potential changes to things that would be logical to change in conjunction with that. It would add building electrification requirements to the sustainable development incentives, as well as make clear that PUD proposals need to follow those, and it would eliminate minimum parking requirements. Next slide. So as far as process, again, forget the 2025 references that really should say 2026. This is the statutory tool that we have by state code to direct policy changes. So when we think there should be a change to the UDO, this is the process we follow. Of course, there's also a process in which staff can initiate UDO changes. They also do that. We've done both regularly for a long time, including during this term of council. So that was just a few examples. As far as exactly what would happen, this resolution gives a general policy direction, but it's not the policy itself. That does need to be developed. I would intend or hope to work with the administration, specifically planning and transportation staff, to ensure alignment as that is developed. And then again, it would go through the Planning Commission to the City Council, but the Planning Commission and City Council meetings or process would entail public engagement and comment. But we can certainly add additional public input on particular topics if we wanted to along the way. So getting into the meat of it, we can go to the next slide. So the first section is about minimum lot areas and lot widths and proposes to reduce them in R1, R2, R3, and R4 zoning districts. broadly to match the historical development patterns we have. And so I'll get into a few actual examples of that, looking at maps, but we have lots of non-compliant lots right now, and actually allowing us to develop consistent with those historical development patterns would open up a lot of development opportunities for small scale, modest homes that are going to be better at achieving market rate affordability, just like the models for the Hopewell South PUD are showing. So again, the rationale is to add some gentle density with all the benefits that come with it, greater affordability from modest home sizes, modest lot sizes. You use less energy when you have a smaller home. When we're looking at infill, people are closer to amenities, reducing transportation needs and possibly costs if they need fewer vehicles. So these are all good things, things that our goals support. And so again, we have lots of non-conforming lots, especially in R3 and R4, maybe a little less so in R2 and R1. There's only a handful of lots total. So good form-based zoning would not generally set these kind of things. They might set maximum lot widths, but not have these like minimum lot sizes like we have. And while we don't have a form-based code, we have some form-based elements, and I think we could still add some of those to our current UDO and make meaningful progress. Again, Section 2, I'm kind of handling both here at the same time, Section 1 and 2. Section 2 would also invite consideration of potential changes that need to follow from minimum lot size and lot width. So if you're allowing now, say, a 2,500 square foot lot, the setbacks that we have for, say, R4 may not make sense anymore. And so those may be worth taking a look at. Same thing with the impervious surface coverage maximums, at lot frontage requirements. We may want to consider things like if you front on an improved alley, for instance, that is good enough because you could build an ADU there. Why not a small scale home? And also the subdivision standards themselves, which would relate to this. There are likely, again, lots of definitely hundreds, probably thousands of legal pre-existing non-conforming lots, and that doesn't make a ton of sense either. Why don't we have a zoning code that actually reflects what we have? Next slide, please. This is just a look at like the R3 zoning district dimensional standards by way of to illustrate by example. So 5,000 square foot minimum lot area and a 50-foot minimum lot width. A lot of most of our older gridded neighborhoods are R3 zone. And you see the setbacks there as well, the build two lines and the various setbacks, including 25 feet rear setback, for instance, which would probably be a problem if we had smaller lots. So next slide, please. This is a screenshot of a small section of Prospect Hill, which is a neighborhood I've lived in, actually 509 there on House Street. I lived in 2013 and 14, and I still live nearby. So I'm very familiar with these streets. And if you look in particular, I'd like to direct your attention to between Howe Street and Smith Avenue, those couple of blocks. And so the next slide, we zoom in. So that was kind of for context. Now we see just what we've got side by side. So you've got in the red lot sizes that range from 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. So those comply with they're conforming with the 5,000 square foot minimum lot area and the 50-foot minimum lot width. Then if you look to the right across that alley, you've got 4 homes on Howe Street and Smith Avenue that are non-conforming lots. They're in the range of 2,000 to 4,000 square feet. They're all single-family homes, and they're smaller, obviously, because of the smaller lot. And this is a little bit of a unique property because we've got one street backing up to another. That doesn't always happen, but it does happen some. And again, if we look at frontage options like alleys, I think that'll also expand options. So that's an example of some non-conforming lots. And then the third example there in the yellow is actually a home with an ADU. And so if we made a change that allowed, say, either there's no lot minimum, or if there's a lot minimum that's more like 1,500 square feet or 2,000 square feet, what could happen is any of those owners at 600, 606, 612 in their big red circle, they could choose, if they wanted to subdivide their lot, sell it to somebody, develop it themselves, whatever they want to do, have another small home on another small lot. And that's 3 new, modestly priced, market rate, relatively affordable homes in Bloomington that aren't allowed today. We see that from the blue circle, what's possible historically, and then the yellow example too. I think in that case, the ADU might have been added in a familial context, but it illustrates again that we can build something there now that's an ADU, but we can't do it as a separate unit. And I think we've had some success with the ADUs, but it's been very slow and very incremental. And the reasons for that are many. We have a restriction that might affect land alienability with respect to ownership, but I think more to the point, it's probably financing. Like if that's going to cost you $150,000, $200,000 to build, you're going to really want that ADU. And if instead you don't have to finance it because you're subdividing your lot and simply selling it to somebody, it's just a wildly different prospect. And so next slide, please. I have one other example, drawing on the South Dunn Street planned unit development and looking at a few things here. And so again, this is a PUD, so it didn't follow the district dimensional standards in the UDO, but it's got its own. But it is surrounded by R3 zoning in south end of Bryant Park. And the lot areas kind of range from about 3,000 to 5,000 square feet, depending. And the lot widths are about 30 to 50 feet. Again, all of those are not allowed in the R3 zoning or the R4 zoning, I don't believe. And they have smaller setbacks. It works very well. If folks have not been down that street, I encourage you to check it out. It's in fact maybe worked so well, it's a victim of its own success, and it's not very affordable. Also, the homes aren't necessarily the most modestly sized, with the exception of some of the ones that are pre-existing. So the ones actually that front on Driscoll and Grimes in those circles on the right, you see 524, 505, 506. Those were pre-existing homes that I believe that are on those corners. But that also has the upshot of making some of those lots even smaller. So 1201 and 1205 in the green circle are quite a bit smaller, for instance, and 1301 in the blue circle. And those ones, relative to their neighbors, are a little bit more affordable. So I still wouldn't call the South Dunn Street development very affordable anymore. But again, it illustrates just adding housing supply through gentle increases in density, infill that matches the historical development patterns of our neighborhoods. And that's really all I have to kind of about the rationale piece on lot width and minimums, lot widths and lot size minimums. Next section takes us to the next slide takes us to a different substantive section, which would be around building electrification. So I mentioned this when we talked about reasonable condition. Sorry, next slide, please. When we talked about reasonable condition 6 in the previous ordinance, I talked about our climate action plan, action EB4A2, and just how our community goals of decarbonization require widespread building electrification. That's the path we're on. It's the only consistent path with our climate goals. And most blue states have recognized this and have plans to do so. We don't have the ability to mandate these kind of things, but we can use incentives, just like we do with affordability and sustainability incentives currently, to encourage it. It's price competitive on the development side, so we're not driving up costs on the front end. And we've seen large PUDs like the Trinitas PUD developed off of Arlington and the Summit PUD doing either entirely electric or close to it. And when you're using efficient equipment and pairing with building efficiency, which is part of the current sustainable development incentives, you also are ensuring that the operating costs, the utility bills, are going to be affordable. So this would add a requirement that for options 1 or 2 in the sustainable development incentives, we would include building electrification as a requirement. There's some other ancillary benefits, I guess, in terms of indoor air quality and health outcomes. There's been a lot of increased attention in recent years about the health hazard of fossil fuel appliances inside the home as a major driver of childhood asthma, for instance, and other chemicals and pollutants in the home that can cause respiratory problems and other issues. And so, again, I reference those voluntary or recent examples that demonstrate its viability. And the next slide is kind of related, which is about planned unit development district standards. Then again, the climate action plan specifically calls out that PUDs should require that we should seek to require electrification through PUDs. And the proposed change is that we would update the PUD district standards to require alignment with the, sorry, there's a typo here. We could scratch affordable housing section on that at the top of that slide. In a prior draft of this resolution, there was a section on affordable housing incentives, but this is only sustainable development incentives, and it would just make sure that PUD districts, PUDs have to comply with them. The current PUD qualifying standards on sustainability are quite vague and really not consistent with our climate action plan. So looking to improve that. And I think that's it on that slide. The next slide is the last kind of third bucket of substantive change here, and that would be to eliminate minimum parking requirements citywide. And so minimum parking mandates often prevent housing from being built. And so if you can't fit it on the lot because you're looking at a small scale lot development, you might not be able to build it at all. They tend to exacerbate sprawl and can increase housing costs. So note of clarification, this does not propose changing maximum parking allowed. So this is more of a market structure then. The people building the homes can decide what their target market is, whether they need parking or not, and whether or not there's available parking, for instance, on street, or if they're like oriented next to a transit stop or in a walkable area that doesn't need it. And so we wouldn't affect what somebody is allowed to build. Everybody would be allowed to build what they're allowed to build now. We would just stop requiring people to build parking when they don't want to, or when they can't in order to make the project work. Let's see. I just have a quote here from Incremental Development Alliance, which there was a training I saw in which the expert that was presenting and course instructor was just instructing folks, small scale developers, like we're trying to encourage here in Bloomington, how to develop, noting that parking requirements will kill your project faster than anything else. So just citing those folks as experts on this issue. It undermines choice. We have over 4,000 households in Bloomington do not have vehicles. Requiring that virtually all housing has a place for vehicles adds cost for a lot of folks who don't need it. Also, 44% of Bloomington households are single-person households. A good local example of all this is the bicycle apartments. I don't know if they're actually called that anymore, but they're the couple of multifamily buildings on the southwest corner of 4th and Rogers, right next to the IFL, across from the Centerpoint building. There's no parking on site, and they've long been some of the more affordable market rental options in a walkable location in downtown Bloomington. They've been quite successful, and so it's a really good example of this. So again, this is broadly supported by urban planning, parking economics, and urban sustainability policy experts. I do have some examples of lots of cities around the country that have been doing this. We would by no means be the first. And so here are a handful of them, including South Bend, I think is the only other Indiana city so far. Lots of college towns you can see in there: Charlottesville, Corvallis, Gainesville, Cambridge, Burlington, I suppose, Ashland, Oregon, and Bend are a little bit that way. So lots of peer cities. So this is not something new. And I guess I really wanted to be clear that this is not only widely accepted as good policy, but it's actually been adopted by a lot of places too. And a few closing thoughts in the next slide. Actually, one more thing on parking, which is the resolution includes also a call for, if there are other text changes that need to happen or changes to programs, we should consider those. So I talked to a few colleagues about this, previously. For instance, we have neighborhood parking zones in some sections of the city. Most of those neighborhood zones are actually like very underparked. Like there's tons of vacant space, and we wouldn't anticipate any impacts there. There are a couple of zones that are more fully parked, and we might have to consider, the possibility of changes in those zones. Things we could look at are whether, a modest increase in price makes sense, whether or not we should stop doing annual visitor passes and going towards more of a system of like you can get 30 visitor day passes, if you live in the district, as opposed to just giving out functionally 2 passes for very low cost. And so, there's some things that would need to follow. And again, that's, as I emphasized at the beginning of my presentation, that's really what the policy development stage is about. This is just saying, look, directionally, this is something we want to look at. We'd like to consider a proposal, and the details of the policy really has to be developed. So closing thoughts are really just that, the broad goals here are to increase infill housing development at a modest, more affordable scale, reduce climate pollution, enhance resilience, and improve the overall social, economic, and environmental sustainability of our built environment, all consistent with the existing character of Bloomington. So this is consistent with the affordability changes proposed by the administration in its Hopewell South PUD, I guess proposed by the RDC actually, in its Hopewell South PUD. And I'm sure you all recognize that. This was informed by direct and extensive collaboration with city staff and multiple departments and across 2 administrations, and also informed by our comprehensive and climate action plans and input from the public, policy advocates, and policy experts. I've talked to lots of constituents about this, and also really appreciated the several sessions we had last year further discussing tools and options for affordability with members of the community. And so just finally reiterating, this resolution is a step. It's the statutorily required action to initiate policy proposals consistent with those plans. And it mirrors the process we've used recently for other UDO change proposals that the council was interested in moving forward. Opportunities and requirements for additional outreach, engagement, and collaboration remain, and we will make the final decision later. And I'll just say, if you have a discomfort with some aspect of this, I will hold no grudges if you vote yes on the resolution and vote no on some aspect of a proposal that comes in the future. That's what it's for. And so that, I think, is my full presentation. I am happy to answer any questions, or if we want to wrap up and postpone discussion for a future meeting, that's great too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Flaherty, particularly for putting so much effort and time into that and the presentation. Thank you so much. Questions, motions? Please, Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, I found that very informative. Thank you. I'd like to move that Resolution 2026-05 be postponed for consideration until April 1st.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, Councilmember P. Smith.
I guess I don't see any reason why we can't vote on it tonight. I don't think it would take very long. Thank you.
Councilmember Stossberg.
I'm prepared to support this tonight, thanks.
The reason I'm offering the motion is that I honestly, I support some aspects of this, but I can't fully support all of it, and my attention has been primarily on Hopewell. So I'm afraid I won't support it, but I find a lot of the aspects of it very positive. So that's my opinion. Yeah.
Councilmember Ruff?
Yeah, I could potentially be supportive of it. I like a lot about it, but like Councilmember Rallo said, just haven't really had a lot of time to think about some aspects of it. So I'd rather wait rather than have to vote no, just because haven't had time to really get totally squared with it yet.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you. I would support postponing. I appreciate that. There's a lot we've been working on and dealing with, and resolutions we often consider. You have less time because, well, we changed our rules around first reading for ordinances, but I recognize this went out 5 days ago in its current form, and I have no problem postponing, and would like to give I would recommend we give the colleagues who would like more time that additional time.
Thank you so much. I'll just make a point, especially if it seems that we're gonna postpone. There were a couple of questions raised by a resident, particularly noting that there's a change in Indiana code around timelines. So that passed in July, changing the timelines for, and so this has the old language of 90 days. So I think maybe considering amendment there, but then. the city resident also said, brought up the question, and I'd love, again, this is another example of why we need a lawyer, just any lawyer in the room, I guess we have lawyers in the room, but virtually. The person also raised the question of whether when we make these type of resolutions, whether we should actually direct the exact amendments that we want to see, or whether the sort of broad direction, is the appropriate approach. So things for us to discuss. Should we postpone? And I had a little bit of a conversation with Margie Rice about that, and she seems to share both of those opinions, but she again didn't have time to be here or present it in that way. So just something, if we do postpone, something that we probably should engage in. So, as I said that, Margie walked in, but hey. Anyways, so if we postpone, we might want to think about that. All right. Any other comments? All right, so there's a motion and a second to postpone. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asari?
Motion to postpone, yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
As requested by the sponsor, yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
That motion carries 9-0. That's postponed until April 1st. Any motions?
Well, I'd like to invoke the 10:30 rule.
What's the 10:30 rule?
It's just a roll call vote. It's
Yeah.
moot because we need a roll call vote to introduce anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, to note that just requires a 2/3 majority to introduce anything after 10:30.
Thank you. Okay. Any motions? No. All right. We'll now move to a time of additional public comment. If there are no motions, this is a time to comment on things that were not on the agenda. However, if anybody would move, I would very much appreciate it if you allowed folks to comment on things that they might have sat here all night to comment on and have not got a chance to do so.
We do have a Zoom person with his hand raised.
Tremendous. We'll get to them in a second. Are there any motions in the room? Councilmember Zulik.
I move to suspend the rules and allow this time for general public comment to include anything that was on the agenda, given that public comment was not allowed.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion to suspend the rules?
A point of clarification first.
Yes.
Can we say, can we have a friendly amendment on your motion to include if it was not already offered for public comment? Because there was
Right, so
some public comment.
Not reasonable conditions, for example.
Yeah.
Sure. I will amend my motion to exclude anything that was already offered public comment for a reasonable condition.
Yes, thank you. All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
A moment, capturing the motion. Councilmember, that didn't work. Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
This is a precedent-setting yes.
It's true. Rosenbarger?
We're going to have to always do it in the future. Oh, that's beautiful. That's gorgeous.
Councilmember Rosenbarger, we can't hear you.
Okay, she knows. I'm going to move ahead, and we'll come back to you if we can.
I'm a yes. I got it. I couldn't
Whoa,
unmute.
okay.
I'm sorry. Screen. Okay, yes. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes, and I think that we've had this motion recently, so I don't think it's quite
Councilmember Piedmont
precedent-setting.
Smith?
Oh, yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes. Okay, that carries 9-0. So it's now time of public comment. You can comment on anything, if there other than reasonable conditions. Is there anybody who would like to make public comment? The person on Zoom.
That person has taken his hand down.
Well, that's unfortunate. Are there any other public commenters? All right. Seeing none. Last chance online. All right. We'll move to matters of council schedule. We'll be meeting on April 1st, everyone. So, there was a chance that we wouldn't, but we will be. Any other things, though? Meetings coming up? Yes.
Fiscal committee meeting Friday morning at 8:30.
Oof. Hiring committee is meeting on Thursday. Then we default to the Thursday meeting because we were going to meet on Wednesday, but alas.
Next Thursday.
Yes, correct. Any other comments for council schedule? All right. With that, I count this meeting adjourned.